This working this morning? It is. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, City of Tulare. Good morning to our staff and council members. We have our call to order for our special meeting this Friday, March 21st. And the item next on our agenda will be public comment. Comments at a special meeting are limited to items listed on the special meeting agenda. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes per item. For those that wish to provide public comment while not physically in attendance, you may call 559-366-1849. Please note that there will be approximately a 20-second delay in broadcast for viewers. When calling in, mute the device used for viewing in the meeting. Is there anybody in the chambers that that would like to make public comment at this time? Good morning. If you would please state your name and at least your city of residence. Yes.
Hello, my name is Cassie Peterson and I am a resident of Tulare. I'm a homeschool mom of 5 and we absolutely love hockey. We've been part of the hockey world for the last 10 years. My older 2 boys play travel roller hockey, out of San Jose and ice out of Fresno. My younger 2 play roller out of Santa Maria and Fresno ice. My daughter's also on an all-girls team out of Stockton. As a homeschooler, there's not a lot of sports to play after the 8th grade unless you go into traditional school. So we in travel hockey, both roller and ice, commit to an average of 30 hotel nights a year. And as a parent, we devote hours, miles, and dollars to ensure our players to develop core concepts for their adult life. Every competitive hockey event requires travel because there's no location in Kings or Tulare County meetings the safety and structural requirements. Our nonprofit held 2 different tournaments and literally built the shock absorbing walls by hand and then removed them 4 days later. The adult league are suspended while our only venue of 50-year-old roller town in Visalia is renovating. A local venue would attract youth and young adults, or any adults actually, worldwide. And I speak from personal experience that hockey is one of the most expensive youth sports available. With a city-operated venue with private donations and grants, hockey would be offered to a demographic of children that could have never played, much less tried it. Not only could hockey benefit from this, but also volleyball as well. We have connections with a gal from Fresno who would love to host tournaments locally. We've also co-hosted a tournament with roller derby. There's opportunities so much for sports. So if there was a facility here, we would be so excited. Thank you.
Would you, thank you. Would you mind doing us a favor? It'd be helpful. There is a yellow card in the back in that little box. If you wouldn't mind putting your name and perhaps an email or contact information, I think that way we could stay in touch with you regarding the kind of talking about hockey, but the facilities, your topic, if you will. Thanks. Yes. And if you would hand that to the city clerk right up here. Do we have any other public comment? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone? All right. So with that, I'm going to move to item 3. And the first one we have 3.1 is a review the past 3 years, review fiscal year 24-25 strategic plan and discuss challenges ahead. So Mr. Mondale, you're going to kick that off for us?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very excited to be here this morning. Grateful to council, the directors and the citizens and those online who are viewing. We have a lot to share today. A lot of interesting and exciting information. A lot of it is going to be focused on financial information that we're going to actually be talking about over the next 12 to 24 months, frankly. We're not really looking for you to make any decisions today. Certainly welcome if you'd like to. I think at the end of the day, all we're looking for from you is sort of a thumbs up if you want us to keep proceeding with the things that we're talking about. Any of these items we're going to discuss, we'll come back to council probably multiple times in the future for actual decision points. But most of this is presented at a very high level. It's we are doing our best to present complex information in the most digestible manner possible. We have 3 presentations besides mine today. We have 3 consultants that are going to do about a 30-minute presentation. There are opportunities for you to ask questions, of course, as we go through the show. Some of them I would encourage you to wait maybe till we're done with that particular topic. Otherwise, we may get off track. We've got 4 hours. We're going to try to take a break midstream somewhere in there. But like I said, it's a whole ton of information to digest, and I apologize for that. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce someone to you. We're really excited. We've made 2 recent hires, one that we can announce, the other we will be able to announce very soon, hopefully. But I would like to introduce to you Thomas Gaffrey. He is our new Assistant City Manager. Thomas, would you mind coming up to the microphone for just a minute and introduce yourself and maybe tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Good morning. Hi, I'm Thomas. Today is my last day with the city of Fowler. So I'll be back there this afternoon wrapping things up, and I start officially on the 31st of this month. Very excited to be here. Been with the city of Fowler for about 4 years. Before that, I was at the city of Fresno as both as an assistant director in the planning department, a deputy city manager, and then as a parking division manager. Prior to that, I was at Cal State San Bernardino. Prior to that, I was at Fresno State. I'm from Merced originally, and then we have family here in Tulare, so I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Thomas. Good to have you part of the team.
And I do that because, as you know, once Thomas is on board, he'll probably be carrying a whole ton of weight of the things we're going to be discussing today. I want you to feel free to get to know him and please introduce yourselves.
I was going to offer him a seat up here with us, but he said the
Soon enough,
31st.
soon
so
enough.
You can sit in the second row to the 31st.
Okay, so we're going to get going pretty quickly here. What I want to do first is talk about sort of the last 3 years of accomplishments, because it's important now to remember where we've been, but it also informs us a little bit about where we're going, right? And so one of the comments I've heard, not very many, I think I've heard mostly the folks in the community are pretty happy about seeing the progress that council is embarking on, a lot of latent things that needed to be done. But there's a strategy behind those, and I want to talk about that strategy. So one of the comments I heard was, boy, the city council and city manager are spending a bunch of money. And the answer to that is yes, that is true. But I want you to remember where that money's coming from. When I walked in the door here 3.5 years ago, we had $18 million in federal ARPA funds. That's free money for the city of Tulare. I mean, it's taxpayers, but it's taxpayers across the nation that's paying that, not just the city of Tulare taxpayers. And we've been really fortunate with the help of our advocacy consultants who are here today from Townsend Public Affairs. And if we have time, they're going to do a brief presentation. There is their presentation at your desk in case we're not able to get to them. But they've been very successful in bringing us about $12 to $15 million in federal and state earmarks, as well as specialty grants that we otherwise would not have received. So at the end of the day, you know, we've had to spend about 30 million bucks in 3 years. And again, that's free money. So that's a great thing. I've got up there that we've leveraged about 60%. So the projects that we're funding, about 60% is free, 40% is local. That's a very conservative number. It's actually better than that. It's closer to 70%. Depends how you qualify those dollars. And it's some of the projects listed are Zumwalt Park, the Business Accelerator, Homeless Shelter, the NG project, and the dog park. NG was not any of those funds. Remember, NG was using dollars from the energy savings that they're producing to be able to fund the improvements. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So one strategy has been use other people's money. Another strategy has been, how do we find savings or efficiencies? Are there ways that we can continue to maintain level of service or improve level of service, but do it at a lower cost? And so, as I mentioned, NG is one of them. So we spent about $13 million to put in solar panels and LED lights and high energy efficiency air conditioning systems and sport field lighting. So we upgraded our services or service level, but we did it through energy savings. And so long term, that's about a $10 million savings over 30 years. And remember, NG guarantees those savings up to 90%. So if we don't hit 90% of those savings, they write us a check. We also contracted out to the private sector street sweeping. You remember early on, my first year, we had 3 employees, a couple of which were going to retire. We had to make a decision. Do we go out and buy a bunch more? We had aging equipment. Do we buy a bunch more equipment and hire a bunch more staff? Or do we contract to the private sector? We ended up making a decision to contract to the private sector. That's saving the taxpayers or the ratepayers $300,000 per year. And then the big savings was our SCE, Southern California Edison Meter Totalization Project. Not as simple as this, but simply put, we got a bunch of meters everywhere. We get charged for all those meters. We're able to we're at our treatment plant, consolidate those meters, and then do so. It's not really a big physical improvement. It's more of a move on the book, so to speak. And through that effort, we're able to save about $450,000 per year. So all in all, about $1 million a year. And I can't promise you that every year we're going to find $300,000, but we're going to try to constantly see where can we be more efficient and has cost savings without reducing level. Yes. Anyways, what I'm saying is I can't guarantee you we're going to save $1 million every 3 years or 300,000 per year or so. We'll keep working towards that. Okay. And then we've adopted some master plans, right? Very important. Those master plans pave the way in the direction to the future. It helps the public know where we're going to invest their money. It helps the private sector know where the money's going to be invested. So hopefully they will invest their money and seek a return. Those projects total almost $1.5 billion in improvements, physical capital improvements over 30 years. But if you look at those studies, a lot of those improvements are intended to be implemented over the next 5 to 10 years. Now, a portion of those improvements will be, especially the water, sewer, and distribution improvements, will be borne by the private sector through development, about 80%. That still means the taxpayers need to come up with 20%, right? So we have a parks master plan, water sewer master plan, our fire standards of coverage plan that speaks to a new fire station. We have our downtown master plan. And we're implementing all those. We're in the process of implementing all those right now in different various stages. And I think one of the things I'm really excited about, is that we are able to catch up on employee wages and benefits. We started seeing, increasingly over the years, losing employees, not being able to retain employees, not able to really hire employees because our wages weren't competitive. So we had some salary studies. We went across the organization through council's, I think, wisdom. We were able to bring those positions up pretty quickly. Certainly over the next 3 years, those positions will be caught up within market conditions. And we're seeing it through our employment right now as we're recruiting. Heck, for the ACM position, we had 78 applications. And so, we're really excited about that. Because why? Because we're a service organization. We rely heavily on our employees. They're our biggest asset. They're the ones that get all the work done. And I think another piece of that is when we look at benefits. So council, again, we're grateful to you. We just opened a new employee wellness center. It's a center that's only available to employees and or their dependents. That includes retirees. And it's important because it's not an added benefit that we went to the taxpayers and said, we need you to give us more money to be able to pay for this. That's not how it works. The way it works is when an employee goes to their primary care physician, they pay whatever it is, 20% copay for that visit. The city picks up a piece of that copay. Well, if we can get 25% of our employees to use the employee clinic, which is free and most of the time available same day for services, right? So they should want to use it. It's right down the street from City Hall. If we get at least 25% of that, we take the savings from the copays and we use those to fund this facility. If we get over 25%, ultimately we'll be saving money. So not only do the employees save money, but the citizens, taxpayers save money.
Council.
Absolutely, council members can use it as well. So those are just some of the things. That's not a long, exhaustive list of the things we've gotten done, but those are, in my mind, some of the big things because it demonstrates how we're trying to save money, find other people's money, be innovative and find savings where possible and add new services or increase in benefit services. I'm going to really quickly review some of the things that we have either implemented or are underway implementing from the 24-25 strategic plan. Again, all the ARPA projects, those are pretty much either funded or well on their way. Council had about $1 million of items that it wanted funded, which is mostly providing benefits to our social service organizations who do so and mean so much to our community and providing services. We have our downtown rehabilitation grant program. Most of those are finished up. We already have our ladder truck, our dispatch radio replacement, our CAT RMS is either underway or completed, our 99 crossing, our financial management replacement. That's a big lift. That's a 3-year project. And so that's well underway. It's going well. That's a big lift though for everybody. Council chamber upgrades, that's done. That was the lighting and the audio visual system. Mission Oak Pool, remember council put money into that pool. What was great about that project is not only do we help the school district get that competitive pool built, right, which will attract tournaments, as the woman had mentioned. So people are going to come here and stay in our hotels and go to our restaurants. And it's a great resource for our community and our kids who are competitive swimmers. But what we also did was lock down a 20-year lease for folks to use the West Tulare pool during the summer times for open swim. And that's located in a disadvantaged community. And so a lot of those kids who really can't afford to go somewhere else can just walk to use that pool. So we're very excited. We got a bunch of other things we're working on, the Women's Clubhouse, the Nielsen's, the Civic Affairs redevelopment sites. I'm going to be bringing those in the next several months to council under a special work session for those projects. Our corporation yard, we need a new corporation yard desperately. And so we are going to be working to figure out how to make that happen. We have to expand the domestic treatment plant. So that's underway. We did the study that looks at the capacity citywide for distribution of water and sewer. And now we're zooming in on what is the specification needed for the plant expansion. That study is underway. Next year, we probably go into construction documents. The year after that, construction. The Parks Master Plan called for regional sportsplex. That's something we're working on behind the scenes. We have to remember when we talk about these things, even though we set out to work on one project and we maybe prioritize one or the other, we have to be very flexible because an opportunity might present itself, right? All of a sudden, the federal government decides to give us $10 million. Well, that becomes the priority, right? Or we have to wait for certain conditions, maybe market conditions that'll influence and affect which project might move or the other. And then airport development, right? We have aviation and non-aviation. We've done a deal with Cyclum to develop the 26 acres of non-aviation space into a state-of-the-art, zero-emission travel center, and we will receive $288,000 per year in lease payments that'll go back into the airport to develop the airport. Here's some other things we're working on: trail system expansion. You'll see in the strategic plan when we talk about activity centers around the city, strategic annexation, the business park and inland port. That will be a special council workshop. We're doing a couple studies right now. We'll come back in a few months to council on those projects. These were some of you remember in the strategic plan, we'll show you in a second. We have a number of individual council member initiatives. It's not like we're going to be able to necessarily implement every single one of those, but the way we tackle those is we look at ones that are in common. If all 5 of you, or at least 3 of you, have agreed on something similar, we focus on that one. And over time, we work on the individual ones. So several of you wanted to see Medford Hangar rehabilitated. That's part of the Cyclone project. The old library site, we will be coming back with you on a special workshop on that one. And as you know, International Agri-Center Way extensions already moving forward. We'll be going into bidding that project out very soon. Okay, would you pull up the strategic plan, please? What you're going to see in this document is this is essentially the 24-25 plan redlined. So all the red lines are what the proposed changes are. Okay, here we go. So there's not a lot of changes. I'm going to be quite frank with you, at least what staff's recommending. Really because a lot of this stuff we're still working on, but where we do make changes, we're either just updating dates or cost figures. We have added a couple projects, and I'll share those with you shortly, but there's no changes here. This just reminds council the activity you went through back in 2021 to develop the initial strategic plan and some of the things you were focused on, which we continue to still focus on today. We just updated the fact that we're having this planning session here today, because ultimately this will come back to you as part of the budget process for adoption and incorporation into the budget. These are some of the things that we've updated in terms of being either completed or underway. And so, as you know, the incubator or the accelerator is underway. That should, it kind of depends how you define completed. It'll be open before the outside of the site is completed. It'll be occupied by the chamber and those businesses. Hopefully here in late April, May. But then there's still some, landscaping and stuff that has to be done on the outside of the project. Our rehabilitation program is basically completed. Zumwalt Park, we're hoping we have our first concert this year, May 23rd. We're hoping it'll be done by then. I've just put June in case it's not completely finished, but we'll still have the shows. Mission Oak Pool is completed and council member items are completed. These are not all of our capital projects, right? These are just some of the ones we've tried to focus on for, this year, next year. And remember, a lot of these projects are multiple years. Like they may be in design now, then they go into construction. It might take 2 years for construction. but this gives you an update on several of those. We've added a couple projects here. So we changed some of the numbers. I'm gonna try this. It does. Yeah, there we go. Right. So we changed some of the numbers on some of the projects. I'm going to point out some of the projects to you because I know there's a number that are very, very much of interest to you. Where are they? Okay, the Tesori project, we've talked about that one. We've added that to the list. We have reached an agreement with the contractor, developer on that project. That'll be coming back to you here in the next month or two, I believe, for your ultimate approval. Does that sound right, Michael? Okay. And then we also add, that's the streetscaping. That's the whole street. That's your big streetscape project.
Does include access to Money Bowl.
Yep. 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 And then the Alpine property project, remember that's the one where we're putting a sidewalk and some curb and gutter around that city site. And then the school district's going to develop that site into some sports facilities for use by youths, including those in the neighborhood. And so that project's moving forward. We expect that to be done, 100% done by the end of this coming fiscal year. So June 30th of 26, and Tesori Bella Oaks, hopefully 75% completed by that point in time. And then in the strategic plan, we did a SWOT analysis. We really haven't changed this one very much at all because I think largely these are the same issues that impact us, although we're starting to make some progress on a number of these. But we'll probably update this section, I'm thinking, next year. Again, opportunities and threats as well. There was an additional work plan that's included here. These are other things that we've added. These are not necessarily all capital projects like labor negotiations. We've completed that. Nielsen Civic Affairs is underway in terms of our analysis, not construction. We've added the East Side Sewer Trunk Project and the Entertainment District that we're going to discuss today. That's a project that we're proposing to add to the strategic plan. Nothing else here. Really just here adding the new date, deadline, nothing else in this section. We're proposing to add the indoor sports or recreation facility. Remember, that was a Parks Master Plan project. And that's something we're proposing to be potentially included as part of the entertainment district. As we go through the presentation later, I'll explain to you why. Doesn't have to be, but I think it makes sense if we want to do it that way. You know, these are those projects that total about $1.5 billion or so. No change here. You'll recall that last year we showed it with sort of staff's priority. This will change over time with you. Like, this doesn't mean that this is the priority. It just says staff priority. But as we bring these projects to you and as you decide which ones you want to fund, then that you will start making the priority list for us. And like I said, some of them, I want you to be flexible because, again, if we get a bunch of money from somewhere, that kind of all of a sudden becomes a priority. This was the slide that kind of shows, you know, sort of the overall city and the districts, the different neighborhoods that we look at. We've got a big east-west pedestrian, I got hit twice. East-west pedestrian trail system. And then we're looking long-term to see if we can create a north-south trail system along the railroad. And then over time, once we have that north-south east-west axis, we can start building trails, you know, into the neighborhoods that connect into those trail systems. Ooh, yeah, we're looking at the possibility of a special project right here. We actually have a consultant looking at this right now. Let's go back to the list. Maybe this isn't the right. No, I take that back. That's not. Jose, is that your site? Okay. Down here, right? Yeah, we're looking right now. We have a consultant working with us on this site, but this is a site north of it that we'll also look at kind of after we do this one down here. I haven't figured this out yet. Down here, then we'll start looking at this site. And then these are the activity centers, right? So if you divide the city sort of, I don't know, quadrant system, we've got big projects in each quadrant. We've got the outlet malls up here and all that undeveloped land, which is one potential location for an entertainment district. We have all the land that's down here by the ag center and the airport. That could be another area for development. That's where we have the Cyclone project, and ag center's looking to do an expansion of their site. We've got the Tesori and the COS annexation to the east, which is sort of, you know, you can consider that one or two activity centers. We've got the downtown right in the center, and then we're looking to develop something out in the west. It could be here, like we showed, or it could be here, it could be some combination thereof. To continue, when you do these activity centers, then all of a sudden, it's like dropping a pebble in water and you have ripple effects, right? The economic impact and the benefit can spread out into the area. Each could be a little different too, because you might want people to come to our community, and if they want to use the regional sportsplex, there's only one. That's one location, but maybe the indoor sports facilities in a different. You could put them together. There's arguments for that, but you'll see today there's arguments to do it a little differently. We've also talked about the business park project, right? This is a really important one for, I think, our long-term future. This is the project that will generate wealth and revenue and jobs for our citizens for decades to come if we do it. So here's the new interchange. Here's the Agri Center, right? If we take that roadway and bring it in, right, it butts right into the middle of this, right in the middle of the city's corporation yard. If we were to decide to move the corporation yard and extend that road through the city property with a bridge over the railroad, we'd open up 3,000 acres of land for development opportunity. It wouldn't necessarily open like 3,000 acres of a business park, but we'd have an opportunity here to look at an inland port project, a business park. We could design something that'd be world-class with great buffers from neighborhoods and transitional uses into multifamily and single family office, industrial, light industrial, et cetera. So that's something that we're studying right now. This is sort of in that way of what it might look and feel like, sort of, right? That's just an example. We talked about that last year. Now, this is where we get into all the council's project. I'm not intending to go over this now. We're going to come back to it at the end of the day. We have a whole hour for council to focus on this or any other projects it would like to bring up. So if you can, Melissa, if you can go back to the PowerPoint presentation. And while she's making that transition, are there any questions so far?
I do have a couple questions.
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying I have questions, but I think can save them kind of towards the later area. So I don't want to bog down your rhythm,
Thank
if you will. So that
Okay.
just heads up. I do have a couple
Oh,
questions.
I'm sure. Yeah, I expect there to be a lot of questions. Okay, so let's keep.
Well, just real
yeah.
quick, so just to understand the process, do we ask as we go along or do we
Yeah,
wait?
I would
What's-
suggest you have questions about what I've presented for so far,
Yeah.
ask those.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well, I do have it on the presentation you just had. I think for me, it's, if you look at the capital projects page,
Uh-huh,
number 6 on the presentation.
uh-huh.
I think there's a couple of things. One is I know that we dedicated some ARPA funds for the in-your corridor, right? There was about $500,000 set aside, or did that money go away?
No, that wasn't ARPA, that's general
Oh,
fund.
general fund.
And we
but-
still have that money for that
Right.
project, yeah.
So what I like to, well, at some point, whenever you feel adequate, just want to have a discussion, because I'd like to see something
Yeah.
moving forward on that. I know
Yeah.
you guys have talked about this, doing some studies and so forth.
Yeah.
So that's something I'd like to add to. I don't know if it would be more of a planning, because there's no capital project yet, but maybe something along that. And I think at some point, I'd like to get a little bit more on the Tesori Bella Oaks improvements. I know I have a general idea of what those improvements should be, but I think what kind of hits me is the total cost.
Yeah.
Which I think, from what I can tell, I was just talking to the vice mayor, I think it's doubled from what I remember being initial
Yeah, probably.
cost.
Is that about in the ballpark, Michael? Yeah, I mean, it's
so-
double from, correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say double from what the project was originally anticipated to cost some 10 years ago or whenever it was. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, it doubled from at least the year ago, from when I last read, it was like 2 point something million or 3 million, but.
I think we were using the numbers from the past is what I'm saying.
Right.
So
So-
now we have the updated numbers.
So at some point, whether it's today or in future, I'd like to get sort of a what that, I know the biggest part of it was the underground and utilities, and then
Yep.
some other smaller things in the neighborhood, I guess, that needed to happen. So that just really popped out at me that, wow, okay, that thing's doubled.
We'll do that one in a council meeting.
Okay. And then I guess at some point, the sports complex, I mean, the master plan, like what your thoughts are on how to proceed on some of those things. I know the
Yep.
biggest issue is the
Yep.
funding.
Yep.
But I think I'd like to kind of see some stuff moving forward, like for sourcing, what kind of sources are available. I think you did send out an email, or there was a staff report that talked about all the different types of bonds or different financial options that we can,
Yeah.
fund some of these projects.
Yes.
And I think for me, the biggest thing is trying to spread the wealth, I guess, if you want to call it that way. I would hate for the entire regional sports complex to be built on the east side and nothing on the west side. So
Yeah.
kind of talking about maybe building a softball park on the west side and doing something else. But those are some of the thoughts from the report.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so the regional sportsplex will also be a special council meeting on that project. Remember, just really quickly on the regional sportsplex, there's sort of four key components to that. There's four key cost components to it. There's site control or site costs, right? If you got to buy land, there's capital improvement projects. You got to build fields and nets and all that kind of irrigation, all that. There's the programming. You got to start putting stuff into it. And then there's the maintenance, right? So part of our strategy in the regional sportsplex has been, if we're able to, anytime we do a project, we try to address 3 or 4 different things at the same time if we can, kill 2 birds with 1 stone concept. So if there's a way to do something where we eliminate a cost, right? So now we have a 3-legged stool instead of a 4-legged stool, right? So all of a sudden, if a developer gives us free land, right, or we put it on land that we already own, we don't have to pay. So we're running all those scenarios right now. We'll come back with a special meeting on just that topic.
Can I interject something to amplify what Councilmember Segala's saying? We're not the only entity in town that's involved in this.
Correct.
I mean, right now there's discussions going on, and I'm aware of them, at the high school district to enhance their softball complex, their soccer complex, out at the ag farm. They currently have women's softball out there, which is on the west side. And they have additional land, and they're in discussions right now to add, and Brian knows this, they're in discussion right now to add a boys baseball complex out there, soccer complex out there, and really expand out there, and that's on the west side. So when we're deciding to do these things, we have to also look at what the city schools is doing over in Councilmember Harrell's area. So that would be in your area. So while we're not spending the money, others are. So
Right. That's a great point. And I think at some point, maybe we'll have the city manager ask if we can have a joint meeting. I know that COS, Visalia Unified, and the Visalia City Council are having a joint meeting in a couple of weeks. So maybe we can do something similar.
You said Visalia Unified. I assume you meant Tulare.
No, as an example, Visalia Unified, Visalia, and COS are having a joint meeting.
Oh,
And so, yeah, so I'd like to see if maybe we can have one as well.
All right, Melissa, if you'd pull up the PowerPoint again. Oh, I'm sorry. Steve, go ahead.
Question really for Michael. On page 6, Tulare Dayton improvements and Mountain View improvements, is that Canby Lane, Academy Dayton and all that area?
Yes, just kind of back behind Triangle Burger, that area. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, here we go. So what challenges are ahead? There's a lot. They're not just these, but there's a lot, right? There's always challenges. I mean, just the challenge alone of us figuring out what we want to do is a challenge, right? I mean, we got a lot of people, a lot of ideas, a lot of great projects, limited resources, but there's other ones. And so these are again, my perspective. These are some of the ones I want to highlight for you. Deferred maintenance. When I took this job, I told you I was super excited about Tulare because of the opportunity here. There are so many opportunities to get great things done, in particular, leveraging 99. We have not been leveraging 99 enough. So you see a lot of things we're going to talk about are about leveraging 99. But the other thing that was a big impression on me when you just drive around town is deferred maintenance. Our roads are not in great shape. Our parks need a lot of work. When you look internally at the organization itself, and again, it's not horrible. We're getting things done, right? It could be a lot better. It's been largely a function of having limited financial resources, but not exclusively that. Some of it's been decision-making and where do we put our resources? When I look at our fleet, for example, we're able to replace fleet. We're doing a good job. It's not a criticism of staff, but we don't really have a progressive fleet replacement strategy, right? There's a lot of cities that buy a vehicle, they use it for some years, they turn around and sell it, they lease some vehicles. We're not doing enough of that yet. We've got the staff to do it, the intelligence to do it. We got to work towards it. We need more financial resources. If you look at our facilities, we don't have a great facilities maintenance strategy. I can't tell you, we should be able to very quickly, even on the website, put, this is when this roof's going to be replaced. This is when the SAC units, and we should have a fund that's regularly in place to do those things. We have the fund, but most of it's reactive than proactive, right? We have declining revenues in some cases. So as you know, gas tax revenue is going to go down as the state continues to push electrification of vehicles, et cetera, then we're going to be losing out on gas tax revenue. We're already starting to see that. That's not us, just us. That's the entire, all governments in the state. Sales tax revenue. This year, we're seeing about a 3% drop from last year. We have some intel that tells us we're probably going to see 11% drop next year. Because of litigation. Because there's some things that are changing in the state in terms of how sales tax revenue is calculated and allocated. That is correct. And then Measure Y. Remember, Measure Y was cannabis. We have a tax on cannabis sales, right? So those who consume cannabis pay a tax that we use to then theoretically, in large part, fund the operation of the homeless shelter. That's a decision council will be making in the near future. But we have, we are hoping to generate about 1.5 a year. We're about $1 million. But we know, for example, Visalia just passed a similar ordinance. And so, will we have any of the folks that have been coming from Visalia here to buy? Will they stay in Visalia or vice versa? We don't know, but we think that there's a possibility of that. Those are just a few.
I don't want to slow you down, but I read recently where some members of the council in Visalia were talking about investigating the possibility of grabbing sales tax from surrounding entities based on the fact that there were deliveries to the Visalia area, and they were having discussions about how they could get that sales tax back. But they don't talk about the fact of when our people go over to the city of Visalia and take and spend sales tax there, we'd like to get that back. So, tit for tat.
They have 2 Costco's and a Sam's Club, and if our folks go there, it'd be wonderful.
Yeah.
All right. We have unfunded pension liability, right? So I don't want to get into this too much. Our consultant who is here today is doing a study on this. They'll come back in the future to present that to us. But you've seen pension liability costs going up. There'll be a point in time where they sort of hit a peak and then they'll sort of start coming down. But we've been paying that bill, but that bill, I don't remember the exact bill. I think it was 5 million last year. It's going to go to 7 million this year, something like that. So we've got to continue to struggle. That's not us, just us. That's every city in the county and the state that's in CalPERS. Potential recession. I'm not a doom and gloom guy. I'm pretty bullish on where the economy ultimately is headed. But there's a lot of disruption right now. There's a lot of changes that are happening, especially at the federal level. We have no control over what are going to be the short term, and if any, what are the long term implications for that. A lot of folks are saying they think that there's going, when there's a lot of change, investment markets tend to be conservative and not invest because they want to see what's going to happen. And so that could have an impact on us. And then I think the big one that's largely in our control is how are we going to fund the master plans? We've got about $1.5 billion in improvements over 30 years. So the question becomes, how do we approach the challenges? Our recommendation, there's a few. The first one is to remember there's a difference between regular recurring dollars and one-time savings. It's very simple. It's like your checking account and your savings account. So, what your regular recurring is your paycheck, how much money's coming in. So you really can't necessarily grow your paycheck per se. You can try to reduce your expenses, and then you got your savings. And how do you use your savings? Those are the really important things to focus on. We've got to figure out, how do we increase our paycheck? How do we generate new revenue streams? How do we leverage our current revenue streams? Like, how do we pair our dollars together to generate more dollars? Like, how do we invest our dollars, right? So right now, I would say, in my opinion, the city's in a financial stable position, meaning we can pay our bills, we can accomplish some of our capital projects, we take care of some of our maintenance stuff. We've got about $10 million in savings above our 25% reserve fund requirement. That's where we sit today. That $10 million is very important. A lot of people have a lot of opinions on what we should do with that $10 million. I think we need to stretch it as far as we can. Ideally, we use other people's money first if we can get their money, or we take that money and we invest it. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. We also have the other 2 issues, our challenges, the $1.5 billion in capital projects and our deferred maintenance. We've got to figure out how to increase our revenue streams. We've hired an investment firm, PFM Asset Management. It's a division of US Bancorp, to diversify our investment portfolio and take advantage of short-term interest earnings. We had not really been doing that. We had a bunch of our money in the bank and it was earning interest just like your money would earn interest in the bank. We pulled some of that money because we started seeing a lot more higher interest earnings on short-term investments. We moved some of that into LAIF, generating about 4%, which is great, but there's a cap on how much we can put in LAIF. So we hired this company to help us. We were estimating, I talked to multiple different sources on this before we ever went to recruit these guys. Best estimates I had seen from other parties was we were probably losing out on about 20 to 40. It's not like we were losing money. We were losing out on the opportunity to make greater interest earnings of about 20 to 40,000 per month. But remember, this is cyclical. So it's not a stagnant thing where, oh, you can make all this money. We're going to make it for the rest of, the next 30 years. No, markets go up and down, they fluctuate, but you want to have somebody actively managing your investment portfolio. And that's not staff. We have a day job. We're not experts in it. So you hire an expert that can help kind of move money around in accord with our investment policy, which you've approved, and they have to follow that policy. So they're in the process of starting to move that money around for us right now. There are some other additional principles that we've been following, and I think we need to continue. And I want to be careful on how I say this. We cannot solely save our way into future prosperity, right? Although creating a culture where there's an emphasis on cost savings and efficiency is important, right? So as individuals, we could do a lot with savings. And so we can as a city. I'm not saying we shouldn't save money. We got 25% general fund reserves plus $10 million, okay? But when I talk about savings, we're a city. We're different than an individual. An individual could decide to not get their latte and maybe they don't spend money on their medical insurance. They can move money around and do things. Cities kind of are very restricted in what we can do. We have to keep our police and our fire operational. We got to maintain our streets. There's a lot that we have to do. And so we don't have as much flexibility in terms of how we save. We do need to save, but we also need thinking more about cost savings from an efficiency perspective, right? Like the energy stuff. How do we reduce our bills by putting in LED lighting? That's an example. We cannot solely tax our way into future prosperity, although having a competitive tax and fee structure is necessary. So we'll talk a lot about taxes and fees today because that's kind of where we're headed. We have to look like every 5 years or so, we're supposed to update our impact fees. We have all these fee structures. For the ease of discussion, depends how you look at it. Let's just say a $225 million budget, 500 employee organization. But property taxes and sales tax revenue combined is about $60 million. So where does all that other money come from, right? It comes from fees and revenue sharing with the state and other sources. But we got to be careful with taxation. It's very important, but you can't, if you overtax people, it's too much burden. They can't pay that bill. Or if you create, like, for example, impact fees, if your impact fees are too high, nobody's going to develop here. And what do we want? We want development because we want regular recurring income. Revenue, right? It's not just the impact fees that you want. You want the project to come because now they're paying property tax, and those homeowners are consumers. They're going to the grocery store and they're paying, or the retail stores. They're paying sales tax that we're getting, right? And again, the last principle is we got to keep using other people's money as best as we can. We need to leverage our dollars to accomplish multiple goals, right? That's the killing the two birds with one stone thing. We also have to always focus on return on investment. And we're a service organization. When we build a park, there's not typically return on investment there, right? The return comes from a benefit to our taxpayers, to our citizens. They get to have recreational benefit of a park. We're not making money. It's just, from that perspective, it's just a liability and a cost center. But when we do interesting and creative things like Zumwalt Park, it's still a park. Our citizens get to use it. But now all of a sudden we have a concert series, and the people who are paying tickets over time, that money is used to replenish and maintain the park, right? So there's different ways of doing things, and that's what we need to focus on, being innovative. And then we got to focus on economic development and redevelopment. We've got to attract, when I talked about economic development, it's not that we're trying to grow to be the biggest city we can. We're going to grow. We're 72. We'll probably get up to 130 over the next 30 years or so. But growth is part of it. The biggest thing about economic development is economic churn. We need transactions. We need people investing and reinvesting and expanding their building and tearing down that old structure and building a new structure and creating more jobs and paying sales tax. It's churn that we need to create, more transactions for all kinds of reasons. That's a whole nother day. Okay, I want to just share one project. We talked about it a little bit. I want to talk about it a little bit more. So today and next, you're going to hear a presentation from our consultant on the entertainment district concept. All right. I won't get into a whole lot of it today, but just, there's no one definition of what an entertainment district is. He's going to show you some examples from around the country. I've been involved in projects like this a little bit. Typically, in entertainment district, like the press release said, you might see big destination retail type users like Bass Pro Shop or Top Golf or Great Wolf Lodge, right there. They're destination users. In other words, people are coming from all over the state to come to that location to stay and enjoy themselves and recreate, or to buy their new boat and their fishing gear, whatever it is, their destination. They don't just serve the local population. But they generate a ton of revenue for the local organization. So if we do an entertainment district, I don't know exactly what's going to look like. We're talking to some of those big end users. I don't know who's going to come yet. We're out there fishing. We're trying to get these guys to come in and say, yeah, we want to invest in your community. It's not really, it's a city-led effort, and we might have some of our dollars in the project to make it work, like infrastructure investment. But largely, it's a private sector deal. They're the ones bringing the money to the table, and we just got to figure out how to attract them here versus somewhere else. It means we got to probably incentivize them to come here. But what would that do for us? Well, it'd provide new shopping opportunities for our residents and restaurants and entertainment. It generates the additional revenue like I described up there. But here's the piece I want you to think about for a minute. In our Parks Master Plan, we call for a new indoor rec facility. How would cities typically do that? Normally, they would use park impact fees and general fund revenue to build a facility, usually in a park somewhere, for the benefit of our residents. Nothing wrong with that. That's wonderful. We could do it just that way, and we'll all be very happy. The alternative approach is, what if we actually went to our hotels and said, hey, would you be willing to add an additional TOT tax or hotel occupancy tax rate to your bill? And we'll use that money. We'll build an indoor sports recreation facility that'll attract tournaments to this area. All those people that come from all around the country to stay in those hotels for that tournament, right? For that tournament are going to stay in your hotel. So you're going to generate more revenue. You're going to have a higher occupancy level. You'll be able to charge higher rates for your hotel. Oh, and when you charge a higher rate, we get more TOT tax revenue. We take that money and we dump it right back into the facility for programming. We did the same. You're going to see a presentation here in a minute. In Placer Valley, when I was there, I was on that board of directors. Exactly what we did. It was 3 cities. They got together. They agreed to an additional TOT tax. They used that revenue to improve all of our sports fields, because when tournaments would come in, they'd use the fields. So soccer and, football and all that stuff, basketball. But then they had so much revenue, they built a $32 million indoor sports facility. They had 12 basketball courts, volleyball nets. They did cheer competitions, wrestling, trade associations, right? It just drives people to your community, more money in your economy, more people going to restaurants, et cetera. And if we built a facility that way, that means we're not using your tax dollars to do it. We're using everybody else's tax dollars to do it. Oh, but guess what? Our residents get to use it. Now we still have, maybe not all the time, it's more, there's some restrictions on it, but they get to use it too. So I'm not saying we have to do it that way. It's just, that's a way to do it. And now we're accomplishing multiple goals with one time. We're using other people's money. We're implementing a master plan project, and we're getting a return on investment with job creation. So when we use tools that we have and layer it with multiple different means, we're achieving more of our goals. Okay. That's how you would do, that's example of how you would use sports and recreation to do economic development, kind of like we're doing at Zumwalt Park. Okay, so here's our presentations. They're pretty dense. I'm super excited about them. The first one's going to be our entertainment district. That's going to be Brian Connolly. He's a principal with Victus Advisors. He did the first, what you're going to see is his phase 1 analysis. He's currently working on phase 2, and he'll tell you what that is at the end of his presentation. He's got about 30 minutes. Is he online? Fantastic. Council, do you have any questions before we turn to Brian?
The only thing I would ask is maybe a few minutes to ask questions after
Yes.
Mr. Connolly's done
Yes.
with.
Each presenter, you'll have a few minutes afterwards.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, Brian, we'll turn it over to you.
Great, thanks. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I will share my screen real quick. All right. So my name is Brian Connolly. I am the founder and managing principal of Victus Advisors, and we specialize in market and financial feasibility analysis and advisory services around sports, recreation, and entertainment developments. So we were engaged this past fall by the city to go through a feasibility study process for a potential entertainment district. And as you can see on this slide here, what that includes is a wide variety of interviews and market analysis, demographic analysis, comparable entertainment district analysis, in order to identify, from our perspective, what we see as a market gap and potential opportunities for an entertainment district in Tulare. Then we also ran some initial visitor projections and economic and fiscal impact analysis, looked at a few funding options. Again, a first step to frame, is there an opportunity here? And if so, what are the next steps? In terms of some of the key findings that we developed through our process, from the standpoint of opportunity for an entertainment district, there are quite a few strengths in Tulare. The location on State Route 99 provides consistent traffic and access, and location on or very close to 99 is something that we've heard is very important in our initial research. And that's simply because of something that Mark said a few minutes ago. These types of destinations are not just things that draw locally. Yes, your locals will have access to it and it'll increase their quality of life. But a lot of these destination districts require drawing people from within an hour or two, and even drawing people from beyond that who might come and stay overnight, if you offer enough things in that district to make it worth their time to come for a whole weekend or things like that. Tulare has a lot of opportunities to generate economic growth as more people and families are moving inland from the coast. The lower cost of living in Tulare is an attractive element. There's already a certain amount of traffic going by Tulare to visit national parks within close proximity. That's another opportunity to kind of draw those people off the highway and into Tulare if you have the amenities to do so. Hotel room inventory is already solid and increasing. We found a lot of positive data related to hotel occupancy and daily rates in the area. And that's also helpful because as you drive more visitation through things like an entertainment district, you have the hoteliers already there who can expand and move to meet that need. Tulare Outlets is already a positive attraction. So is the International Agri Center, which hosts the largest annual agricultural trade show in the world. So you're not starting from ground zero in terms of having nothing, right? We work in some communities where they're trying to go from nothing to something. You already have an established base of things that attract people to this community. And from a sports standpoint, there was some discussion earlier this morning about outdoor sports inventory. There already is quite a strong mix of that between soccer and softball, and there is a strong culture too around youth sports and sports participation and the family elements of that. And so from an outdoor sports inventory standpoint, there already is quite a bit built out, and what we're looking at is something Mark mentioned earlier, is the opportunity for indoor sports to be a driver as well. In terms of weaknesses, we heard from a lot of folks, there's a lack of restaurants in Tulare, especially in South Tulare. And for any sort of higher end dining, most people are going to Visalia. Besides the outlets and the ag center, we heard from a lot of stakeholders and folks we spoke with that there are very few entertainment options, beyond the outlets and the movie theater. And so having more family entertainment options, which would be a key core of any entertainment district, is something very, very desirable by the local community. In general, the local community feels like when it comes to entertainment and attractions, they have to travel outside the city. So bringing something to an entertainment district or multiple anchors in an entertainment district that are not only things that keep your locals home, but also bring in people from the outside is really the goal here. Looking at the existing entertainment attractions in Tulare, We took a deep dive into all of those, understanding what markets they're meeting and needing. The amphitheater's been very successful so far. Obviously some of the outdoor sports activities, the ag center, the outlets. One of the things that we noted is that other than the outlets, a lot of these are very event driven. So they're not necessarily, so like take the amphitheater, there's not going to be an amphitheater ticket, an amphitheater show every single day of the week. The traffic is very event driven. So one of the things you want to do with an entertainment district, yes, there will be events within it, but it's something that can attract usage every night of the week, every weekend, just because of what's there, not necessarily because of only because of what event is being held on which day. So I just talked about sort of the event-driven attractions standpoint of this. We also have found that we've worked on a lot of these sort of mixed-use entertainment district type models in California and around the country. And at first, when communities were thinking about this, they were looking at, oh, what is one sort of anchor venue we can use to drive the development of the rest of the site. And now it's moving into more so, how do you have a sports element, a recreation element, an entertainment element, a destination retail element, so that you're starting to sort of stack up those drivers that bring people to the site every single day, put boots on the ground, and then that helps drive the developer interest in all those elements that can typically go on the other acreage or adjacent to that. And that's something I'll talk to about in a minute. But we certainly see that there's opportunity for, sort of a youth and amateur family oriented sports focused element. Retail, restaurant, and entertainment is going to be a core part of any of these districts. Tulare Outlets is already a primary attraction for this, but we heard a lot about gourmet restaurants, destination restaurant concepts, entertainment, which is something I'll talk about a little more, where you're not only there to eat in a facility, but you're also participating or being entertained and within that outlet. In terms of the feedback we got from various groups and opportunities we identified through our research, we heard a lot about what could be potential successful entertainment options. Many stakeholders mentioned the possibility of like a Great Wolf Lodge concept, and you'll hear me talk a lot about the brand names, Great Wolf Lodge, Bass Pro Shops, Top Golf. What we find in reality is you may get one of those, or there's also other, or several of those, or there's also other options. There's different types of brands that can provide that same service and amenity and still be attractive regional destinations. But a lot of times I'll refer to the Great Wolf Lodge or the Bass Pro Shops or similar concepts. The entertainment concept is something that you all have probably seen if you've traveled regionally or even nationally for destination travel. It's that like a Top Golf, a Chicken and Pickle, which is a pickleball concept, Splitsville, which is a bowling concept. Dave and Buster's obviously was sort of one of the originals in this entertainment. You're not just there to be entertained, but you're also there to eat their food, drink their beverages. And it's building an eating and entertainment experience around something like golf, pickleball, bowling, whatever that might be. There's a lot of interest, I think, in having those types of amenities in a Tulare entertainment district. There's some stakeholders talked about, the interest in maybe a higher end hotel, a steakhouse, things that can appeal to more business travelers. I'm not so sure that that's what ends up being in this type of entertainment district, but we'll talk a little bit more in a minute about what these tend to include. There's a lot of good feedback too on like how do you do something in an entertainment district that's not just a copy of what others are doing? How do you do it in a way that ties into Tulare and the Central Valley? So someone suggested maybe there's a model where it's playing off of the Central Valley's Western culture, country music dance hall, tying it with the Ag Center and that sort of positioning. And then also we talked about sports as a potential anchor. So an indoor sports center that could not only serve local use for teams and athletes, but also host large tournaments that bring in families for multiple days that want to eat in the restaurants, go to those entertainment concepts, that sort of thing, and stay in the hotels, obviously, as well. The two potential project locations that we zeroed in on through our process were the Highway 99 interchanges. Um, everybody we talk to, whether inside, Tulare stakeholders or groups outside of Tulare that we talk to, sports operators or developers that have been active in other markets in California. Every single one of them said, if you're going to do it, put it right off of 99. 99 is what's going to allow people to see it from the highway, people who are driving by. What's going to allow people to get there easily from an hour, 2 hours. And even for some of these sports tournaments, you get people from driving who are driving 4, 5, 6, 7 hours away. So this is something that, being right off either the north interchange or the new south interchange that is scheduled to be open, I believe, next year. That is, the number one priority in terms of selecting a location is adjacency to 99 in these interchanges. So, I think for a district with at least 1 or 2 large anchors, I think at least 40 to 80 acres will be necessary. You could even go larger depending on the amount of land that's available. And that location next to Route 99 is a must. In terms of what we identified in terms of what the market opportunity is for an entertainment district in Tulare, we identified a number of comparative districts, and these are the locations of the ones we identified. We tried to focus mainly on California. So we have Fresno County, Kern County, Tulare County, Placer County, San Luis Obispo County, Kings County. We also included a project in Alachua County, Florida, which is one that we worked on over several years. And it's a mixed use district and destination entertainment and shopping and retail district. And that also includes a indoor sports center that's a key anchor for driving visitation to that site. And so that's one we wanted to include in here as well as a really good example. But as you can see, when you look at these about 6 or 7 districts that we use as comparable models, they're all between about 150,000 and 1 million people in terms of county population. So one of the things that was sort of the first question that Mark and staff had was, hey, our county area is not quite 500,000 people. Is that enough to justify the private sector wanting to come in and be part of an entertainment district? So we just wanted to show right off the bat that yes, I mean, a lot of the comparables we looked at were in similar sized markets. In terms of what these districts typically include, so we've got the grounds, which is one that the one that Mark spoke about in Placer County. Celebration Point is the one in Florida that I mentioned. And then we have a couple others here: Harris Ranch, Kelly Slater Surf Ranch, San Luis Obispo Public Market, the Boulevard, Tin City. Some of these are individual sort of multi-use facilities like the Boulevard, but most of these are acreages ranging from about 5 acres up to 125 acres. In terms of what these typically have, at a minimum, they have a retail or sports and recreation anchor, and they have parking to accommodate those visitors. The larger end ones like Celebration Point at 125 acres, they have everything from those destination anchors for retail, sports and recreation to hotels, office, that one even has office, obviously restaurants, and then some housing around the outside of the development as well, which having the housing piece is actually really appealing to developers. And in Tulare as well, a lot of the economic development and real estate development people we talked about spoke about the growing demand in Tulare for more roofs, for more rooftops. And so I think what you really are looking at is probably being able to accommodate a larger scale in terms of the anchor features that are gonna drive the rest of this development. I think those anchor features alone could easily, you know, in the parking required could take 20 acres, and then going up from there in terms of how much other development opportunity is there. So I think the minimum's kind of 20 to 60 acres. And then you probably, depending on the land that's available, could go up from there. You know, you notice the grounds, it just has retail parking in the anchor on 60 acres. The grounds was really just focused on that public partnership that Mark talked a little bit about using TOT to create the driver, and then the development that's occurred around that has occurred because the driver's there, and the private developers have come in and started to put in restaurant and retail and other things and hotels kind of within you know, about a 5-minute drive of the site. So there is other development there. It's just not directly in the part that was funded as the grounds. This is a summary of, again, looking at all these different developments. If you look at populations in terms of the drive times around them, again, this is just a benchmark. You know, can either of these Tulare sites, the south exit or the south interchange or the north interchange, justify development at just an initial high level? And so what you see here is, you know, either of these sites within a 30-minute drive time has about 500,000 people. It's a little bit more on the north site. Within 15 minutes, which is more of the local use, it's almost double on the north site. But as you kind of scan out, you get up to about 500,000 or so people within 30 minutes and almost 2 million people within an hour. So those are both very solid numbers. You can see in the 30-minute drive time, the average and median of these comparable districts is about 300 to 400,000. And at 1 hour drive time population, the average and median is anywhere from 900,000 to 1.22 million. So the population metrics are very solid. And when you start looking at the growth as well, and the growth opportunities as well, I think we see it as an independent consultant as an appealing location for this type of concept, especially when you then tie it to a convenient location on or adjacent to 99. Some of the successful models we wanted to highlight from comparable markets, you know, attraction anchors on those sort of 20 to 60 acre sites we talked about. The grounds features the Roebelin Center. So that's an indoor sports event center. You know, I think could be something similar to what might make sense in Tulare. They also have the All-American Speedway as an additional driver of visitation on that site. Harris Ranch has a hotel and resort amenities, pool, spa, plus some restaurants and things like that. Kelly Slater Surf Ranch is really built around one particular sports and recreation anchor, and that's a man-made surf complex. Restaurant and retail, 2 of those 3 feature dining options on site, and retail stores and things like that help capture that economic impact. But those can also be a destination in their own right as we talk about some of those entertainment concepts. All 3 of these have lodging options for visitors. That's very important to capture, and having the parking to meet demand. Visitation drivers that we think really could make sense in Tulare. This indoor sports tournament center, at least 8 basketball courts that are usually convertible to double that, and volleyball, and can also do things like wrestling and cheer and all kinds of other types of sports events. They can even on weekends where you don't have sports in there, or even during the week for local use, they can do expos, they can do banquets. It's a large flat floor space that can be used in a lot of different ways. That destination entertainment concepts kept coming up over and over again in all our conversations, whether there's talking to locals or regional groups. You know, the examples we talked about are things that have eating, drinking, sports, games, gaming, not necessarily, not meaning like casino gaming here. Games like a Dave and Buster's type thing, arcades. We heard a lot about Topgolf, Chicken and Pickle, F1 Arcade. But there's other options as well that are absolutely worth exploring. Drive Shack is a different version of Topgolf. Pickle Bar is a additional version of Chicken and Pickle. There's a Tiger Woods mini golf concepts that's really starting to explode. That we see growing. There's a lot of these concepts out there. Or the anchor could be something like the Boulevard, where it's a single venue, but it has a lot of different things within it. Like the Boulevard in Bakersfield has ropes course, laser tag, bowling alley, all under the same roof. But the idea that you have this entertainment destination that not only, when tournaments are there, for example, and you have families staying for 2, 3 days, not only are they going to eat and play there in the evening, but even if there is no event that's happening on any given night, people are going to be there. People are going to be driving there from 30 minutes, an hour, even on a weeknight, potentially, to go to this destination entertainment concept. We think if you have both of those, you're probably looking at 25 to 35 acres just to support those. And then the additional acreage is going to go towards that other development, which will be other things on site. There could be additional retail, restaurant, hotel. And then also a lot of times you see some of these districts have housing components as well, where as you're closer to those destination anchors, you tend to have more dense housing, apartments, condominiums. And then maybe some townhouses, and some even have some single family homes as you get farther out in the district. So I just mentioned this other amenities: restaurants, retail, other family entertainment options, hotels. I think these are all things that should be in the preliminary vision for what a Tulare entertainment district could look like. I think you probably want at least 60 for all of this, probably 60 to 80 acres. And some of them, like in Florida, that Gainesville one got up to about 120 acres, but I think having at least that sort of 60-acre number is probably a good starting point. 50 to 60 acres. Oop, my screen just froze. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. One second, I'm pulling it back up. Sorry.
Well, while you're bringing that up, I just want to make a quick comment. Over and over again, we're talking about the Tulare outlets and the attraction Tulare outlets have been. I have been having private discussions with Mark that one of my priorities from an economic development standpoint is we have to bring charging stations. We have to work with the outlet center to bring charging stations into our outlet mall. I think up and down the state, if you look at outlets, one of their attractions is we've got electric cars that are an attraction for people to stop and shop over and over again, bringing sales tax dollars. Just about all of them have it, except us. And that's a very high priority as far as I'm concerned, that we need to move forward on to try to get that taken care of for the benefit of Tulare. Okay, he's back and ready to
So
go.
I guess my question would be, why isn't the outlet mall doing that?
I don't know.
We're going to work on that. We'll get back to you on that.
And I would like to add too that in all our conversations, everybody we talked to said the outlet mall is a great existing attraction, and anything you do with an entertainment district is going to be, that will continue to be, and in many ways could help drive even more synergies between the two. So I think that's worth noting as well. In terms of hotels in particular, at the bottom of this page, one thing we have seen is that with these entertainment districts, you're typically not looking at a hotel that's like a full service resort style stay. you're typically looking at limited service hotels. And that's not a bad thing. I want to say that. There are very nice limited service hotels that can be upscale, but just not necessarily like full service spa resort, style hotels. The one in Gainesville, Florida, for example, that I talked about a couple of times, um, it has a hotel there that is it's owned by the same company that owns Holiday Inn, but it's like a higher end limited service hotel model that has a little bar in it, and it's a nicer high end concept that might not exist in that market yet. And so just because to me, like, you see limited service and you think of that as a lesser hotel, it's not necessarily a lesser hotel or not a nice hotel. They can appeal to a wide range of families and business travelers as well. Another thing we looked at was potential funding and incentive tools, and Mark did a really good job of explaining that, you know, his job and our job as your consultant on this entertainment district is to assess initially what is possible and what could be viable, and what is needed to move forward. And one of the things that all those districts we showed you, or the majority of the districts we've looked at, have in common is they use funding tools, incremental funding tools, tax increment. They use private investment as well, public-private partnerships, and they look at ways that the public sector can set the stage, provide the infrastructure, offer tax incentives that take an interesting opportunity and turn it into something where developers are competing over the opportunity to be involved and drive this forward. And so we looked at a lot of different options, not just in California, but across the country, that we've seen for how you can help, facilitate interest from the private developers to drive this forward. There's debt financing tools, certificates of participation are one we see where, that's debt backed specifically by lease revenue. So that can be very specific to a particular district where, the developer's paying you a lease and you borrow money against that lease. Community facilities districts are common in California, enhanced infrastructure financing districts as well, where the city or counties really, focus on how do we put money or issue bonds that are really focused on providing the infrastructure that these developments will need. Not necessarily building the development itself, but providing sort of pad ready development opportunities. And also a lot of these put money into long-term maintenance of the districts as well. Public funds, or sometimes even nonprofit funds that can make sure that public areas and infrastructure areas outside of the buildings themselves are well maintained and improved over time. Obviously, there's GO bonds and that can backstop these sometimes, but as Mark said, the goal is to use private money and incremental tourism money and things like that to help fund these projects without tapping into general obligations. Revenue bonds obviously can be tied to a lot of these sort of facilities districts, infrastructure districts, new tourism, TOT revenue, and things like that. We also have looked at business improvement districts, and then general funds. Let's just say general funds and grants. So as Mark mentioned, there over the last several years in particular, there's been a lot of opportunities for state funds and federal funds as well. This is a model I've talked quite a bit about, and I thought it'd be good to kind of, give you one example and do a little bit deeper dive into how these work. So, everything you see here in blue and orange, as well as to the far right, that one that's not in orange, that's actually a Bass Pro Shops. This whole area is about 125 acres, and we worked with the county to on this project over a couple of years. The total district they drew to be about 240 acres, but the development that's occurred and planned to date is about 125. So they planned for it to be bigger because they wanted to be able, for example, this bridge that you see on the bottom, the county paid for that bridge as part of this district, so they had to draw it large enough to include that. The main areas of Gainesville are on the other side of this bridge, so they wanted to provide direct connectivity in addition to highway access. The county had funds that built a lot of the roadways you see in here. This was literally just a greenfield. The county built the parking lot for the Bass Pro Shops, which is on the right. And then the county also built, you can see kind of in the middle, right under the prominent sign, that's a parking garage that the county built. So the county put quite a bit of money into the infrastructure that made it easier for the developer to come in and build out the shops, restaurant, retail, entertainment. There was a phase one that happened first. And then what we worked on was phase two, where there was about 5 to 7 years in, there's quite a bit of incremental revenue being generated beyond just the money that the county borrowed to put into the infrastructure. So there was now incremental money. That incremental money in this arrangement, it's called a community development district in Florida. There's a 1% public user fee that's attached to all retail and hotel transactions within this district. But that money had to first go back to pay for the infrastructure bonds that paid for roads, bridges, garages, bike lanes, sidewalks, et cetera, that the county paid for. But after about 5 or 6 years, there was more user fee money being generated within that district beyond just paying the debt service. So then, but that money can only be used for infrastructure. And so that's when the county brought us in to help them plan and negotiate with the developer to say, okay, what if we take that incremental money and we use that to build a sports center? And so the new sports center is being developed kind of right in there, just inside this, just to the right of sort of the bridge where it's a city walk. And so that is about a $40 million project that opened a year ago. And now the developer is adding, you can see just to the north of City Walk, that's a hotel, another hotel that's being added. And then around that is restaurants, retail. They talked about a Nike outlet, a lot of sports themed stuff on that side. And so the county was actually then able to use that incremental public user fee revenue to do another project, which was that sports event anchor. And so it's really become a huge tax driver and visitation driver for Gainesville. The Bass Pro Shops on the right actually was one of the first anchors for it. There's a megaplex theater just above this shop sign over here. Everything to the left, that is all housing. And then to the north, you have hotels and office space and things like that. And so this is kind of a scenario that I think can provide a general vision. Yes, I know it's Florida, but it provides a general vision for what these districts can be and how they can be structured in a way that facilitates private money, quite a bit of private money coming into the project. In terms of economic and fiscal impact projections, this is our last section. What we did is we took an entertainment attraction, we took an indoor sports center, and then the other development elements that could go around that. So we're showing two anchors, one sports, one family entertainment. And then this other development would be, your hotel, your restaurant, your retail, some housing. We just took kind of averages from others and put that in here. We think all in all that could drive over 770,000 annual visits. So that would be daily, a unique visit on a daily basis. What that translates to in terms of new visitor spending, we think in terms, so that if you back out your locals and you focus solely on new visitors that would be coming from outside of Tulare, the city of Tulare, we think that could generate more than $50 million a year in new direct spending in the city of Tulare. When you run that through an economic impact model, that's about 90 million in total economic output flowing through the entire economy of Tulare. So this 57 million is what each year these new visitors are spending directly. They're spending directly. That additional 25 million or sorry, 35 million that gets you to 92 million is that money continuing to be respent within the economy before it finally trickles out. We think it could support about 1,700 new full and part-time jobs, with about 83 million in new annual labor income. As you can see here, we also do a hotel impact analysis. One of the main reasons we encourage, when you're doing an entertainment district, to think about, the sports center concept is, if you want to use tourism occupancy tax as a key driver for this, you have to trigger a lot of hotel nights. So without the sports center, we think this thing might drive 1,000 or so hotel nights a year. But if you can put in something that builds in hotel night stays, so when you host a weekend tournament, even if it's just a 2-day tournament that's Saturday or Sunday, the family's going to drive in on Friday afternoon and they're not going to leave till Sunday night. So each family that's traveling for a tournament, and if you have a large enough facility that can host 100, 200 teams, you can do 2,000-3,000 hotel nights on a weekend just because of that tournament. That's a multi-day tournament. So we've worked on a lot of these facilities and have measured how much impact they drive in terms of hotel night generation. And so 60,000 hotel nights around a large indoor sports center is certainly achievable, we believe. So if you are going to try to tap into TOT, we really think something like this indoor sports center is a requirement. You can see what it drives in TOT. Most of this 850,000 TOT is coming from that sports center. Whereas if you look at the district tax, the city sales tax, the other development and the entertainment piece of that is really, really going to drive the majority of that. So this is where we get into our recommendations we've been making for years, and now we see more and more of our clients are following through with that, is don't just focus on one. How do you get an entertainment attraction, a sports tournament attraction, potentially even a destination retail, like a Bass Pro Shops model? How do you get 2, 3 of those stacked together to make sure you're going to hit significant sales tax increases, significant TOT increases, and you're not just putting all your focus on driving one type of fiscal impact. Lastly, what that translates to if you run it out over 30 years. So these on slide 20 were annual in sort of today's dollars. What we have here is we took these cash flows and tax district collections. We ran them out over 30 years, and then we discounted them back to today's dollars. So over the next 30 years, those cash flows, we believe in today's dollars, could generate more than $2 billion in total economic output in today's dollars. 15 million in sales tax, 7.5 million in district tax, and nearly 20 million in TOT tax. So that's about 44 million in today's dollars in total tax collections that would be net new to the community. In terms of next steps, over the next 6 months, our phase 2 is going to focus on a couple of things. One, confirming acreage, building square footages, sort of the minimum requirements we talked about for what needs to be assembled and eventually built in order to hit those economic and fiscal impact goals. We're also going to start outreach to we talked to 3 or 4 sort of local regional developers as part of our initial engagement. We want to start doing much more significant outreach to not just regional, but also national developers, and ones that have relationships specifically with some of those sort of target entertainment amenities, target destination amenities, and then target sports tournament type amenities. We're going to do additional operating analysis and financial projections, diving deeper into each of these types of concepts. We're also going to look at, what are the operating models for one of the commissioners, counselors brought this up 30 minutes ago, but what are the options for who owns and operates the building? Are there groups that might put in some private investment to the sports center? How does that all look? So we're going to be doing a much deeper dive into the sports anchor as well. We're going to work with the city to finalize proposed project funding plans. So what are the levels, whether it's TOT, whether it's community district, infrastructure districts, whether it's other types of improvement districts, what are the various levers that the city feels like they can put on the table or discuss with developers? And then we're also going to try to formalize potential interest from developers. So a lot of times this is just a request for information or a request for qualifications from potential development partners. And what we're trying to do is and that can be, landowners, it can be developers, it can be landowners partnering with developers. But we want to start getting formal interest from the private sector, and get them to spell out a little bit too, like what they think makes sense here, what they would want to do. And so we can start some of those formal conversations to keep this moving forward. The nice thing of an RFI as well is it's not binding, right? Like a RFP can be, where you're really soliciting interest and understanding in a more serious way who the potential partners are out there and what they would really like to do. And then it will also work with the city to help talk to these firms, evaluate their proposals, and potentially even select some to move forward with. At this point, are there any questions for me specifically on this entertainment district concept?
Mark, just real quick before we dive into questions, any other quick summary to this or kind of a setup before we ask questions? I just want to.
Just one real quick comment, which is, I'm hoping you're seeing by this, when we talked before about the $10 million that we have, we certainly could go out and take $10 million and start to do street work. But keep in mind, one neighborhood costs us about $6 million. So we'd get 1 or 2 neighborhoods done and the 10 million would be gone and we'd have no return on investment. It'd be great for the neighbors. We have to do streets. I'm not saying we don't, but it may be wiser for us to think about a project like this. I mean, right now, we haven't even talked about using any of that $10 million for a project like this. But if we were to use a piece of that money for a project like this, that could generate $2 million in regular recurring revenue. Now we could take that $2 million and start doing streets on a regular basis. That's just the concept that I wanted to share. We only have a few minutes for questions on this right now, but certainly please have the next 15 minutes or so.
Okay. I'll start with the Vice Mayor.
Yeah. And just so you know, location, this is not the time. My opinion about location is we have 2. It's very important to keep 2 in the mix. We all may have our opinions about, we think this one's better than the other, but it's kind of irrelevant. What's more relevant is, what does the private sector think? The folks who are going to come and spend $100 million of their own money, where do they want it to go? The second piece, north or south, the second piece of that is we need to keep it in the mix, because if council were to say today, it's going to be on the north side, and I was a property owner on the north side, I would say, thank you very much. I'm very excited to sell my property for 12 times the value of what it costs. So keep that in mind as you're discussing.
Vice Mayor Harrell.
Really, Mr. Mayor, all I had was a comment. When you spoke about the weaknesses, lack of things to do in Tulare, probably the only other one that would recall would be Councilman Medeiros. That back in the 50s and 60s, city of Isaiah, people over there, they came to Tulare because of the restaurants that we had here, Barney's, the Oaks, Sequoia Club, the hotel, entertainment. We had the Blue Moon Pool. We had all kinds of entertainment over here. And then things started to change. And I guess that was probably in the mid 60s to late 60s. And it went downhill from there. And now we have the opportunity to start bringing it back again to where we used to be. That this is a location that people want to come to. And I think it's going to start with the Zumwalt Park, the amphitheater, and then this project that we can draw people along with the Agri Center. A very good presentation. Really appreciated it.
Councilman Segal.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I think for me, I guess just to piggyback on Mark, the question to the consultant, I know that in the next steps, you talked about trying to meet with folks and talk to them. I guess my only question would be, how will selecting a site sooner than later be helpful in that process? I know we talked about not saying one way or the other, but then what I'm interested in is figuring out what's ready, because, you know, the city manager said, hey, we invest some of that 10 million, we want a return on investment. There may be a difference where one site might be ready to return an investment within 5 years, the other one might take
Right.
10, 15 years. So I guess the question to the consultant is, would selecting a site sooner than later help? And then I don't know when that decision could be made. So that would be my question to you, Mr. Connolly.
Great question. Yeah, I think.
We just
Oh,
said we're not gonna deal with site. We only have a limited amount.
I
of time.
understand, Mr. Maderos, but I think, you know, unless you want to ask questions for me, that's a question I want to ask and get some perspective because, you know, at some point we have to select the site. And so I understand, but I'm trying to understand the criteria around
Yes.
selecting the site.
I can give me 2 minutes and I can kind of explain my perspective on this, and I think it'll answer both your questions. So when we started this process back in, I think it was like September, October, we were not given any direction on site, areas, location. It was go out, do your initial research, and if and then provide us with more detail to kind of narrow that down. And so what we very quickly learned was what I said earlier on in the presentation, which was from the private sector's perspective, there are really only two desirable areas, and that is the two interchanges with great visibility, great access from 99. So at this stage, I think we've already done important work, which is to narrow it down to those are the two general areas. As we now move forward into phase 2, which I talked a little bit about the next steps, what we want to do is say, all right, these are the two areas that make the most sense, general areas. And as we start to dig deeper with potential development partners, with potential landowners, with the private sector in this next phase, and then eventually in the second half of this phase, go out to say, bring your proposals, bring your potential interest to the table. That's where we want to ask them to say, come to the table and say, okay, this particular development team, here's our qualifications, here's the landowner we're partnering with, or we are the landowner and we're going to partner with these developers. And here's the preliminary plan that we have to develop these particular, properties in these particular locations with this amount of investment. And here's what we need from the city to help facilitate that. That's where we want to be 6 months from now. So I think having those two options already narrowed down is fantastic. It facilitates those conversations with the developers and the landowners. And then it enables us 6 months from now to have hopefully several really good options to look at in terms of we're the landowners and the development team, and these are our proposals for what we think we could do. And then it's on the city to say, okay, this is the one we want to move forward. This is where we want to provide the incentives. This is where we can contribute infrastructure improvements. So I think we're at the right place right now with these two options. And I think the public sector 4 to 6 months from now is gonna show us specifically what those options are.
Thank you.
Councilman Maderos.
I have no questions.
Yes, Council.
I have no questions either, except I just wanted to commend you for your presentation and look forward to the next phase. I just wonder, I know this probably comes in phase 2 that we'll be working with the county. It sounds like in some of these projects, the county was a big partner.
It's possible, yeah.
Okay.
So just like we're going to be looking at potential development partners in the private sector and or potential end users, like the destination users, we can have conversations with other jurisdictions. The at the grounds facility in Roseville, even though it's located in Roseville, the funding source for that was the TOT tax revenue between the hotels that are in the cities of Rockland, Roseville, and Lincoln. So it's possible we could have conversations with the county, Visalia, other parties. It's also a project we could do completely on our own. So that picture will transpire over time.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll add too, my
that.
experience is working with cities on this. The cities should drive it forward saying, we are going to do this. We want to do this. This is what we're going to bring to the table. And when cities do that, a lot of times those county partners then become, hey, this actually is a great idea. We want to support it. Let us help you bring that to the finish line. But you want to plan for something you can achieve on your own. And then if you're able to bring county to the county partners and additional revenue sources and to make the project bigger or push them across the finish line at the end, that's great. But you're not putting all your eggs in that basket at the beginning.
Yeah,
To-
so similar what we did at the overpass at the Agri Center, we had private partners, county, city, all of that coming together because of the importance of the project.
Yep.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just to amplify on what was just said, I think it's fair to say we don't want to start dealing with others too soon. Because is it correct? We don't want a situation to where they suddenly abscond with it and it ends up over in their jurisdiction as opposed to ours. Is that a,
Yeah, you need to own it
It happens.
and be committed to it first. Yeah.
yes, okay.
I got a list of highlighted questions here, but in time. One of the things that if I could point out that I think is a gap and a direction that we need to take. And Mark, you've touched on this, which was like the CPCDD and the community service, the facilities district fees. That time and time again, as Mark has come into Tulare, and I think the staff see over the years, that's not something we've done. And we don't have those overlays. And as we move forward to these projected land uses, we've got projects, coming in on the west with, residential development. We had the Southeast Transportation Corridor plan with all the development, the annexations. This with the property to the north and the south of us pushing and getting these overlay districts in, I think is really a step because it's going to help with those maintenance issues and back end questions that always get arisen. So there's a lot of other stuff about economic development and sites and so forth, but if that's one key item I think is important because we don't do that is we need to take those steps and have political will and work with our development community and others to make that happen. All right.
Just one last thing, the question to the consultant and city manager. So in terms of the RFQ and that other process, is housing going to be part of that as well? Or, I mean, at what point does a decision like that get made, whether housing should be part of the vision? Obviously, it's driven by developers, but I for one think a housing component would be a good addition to that.
Well, I'll answer it this way. I would say at this point, everything's on the table for discussion. I would tell you that if you're and please don't take this the wrong way, but if you're in a community that is very, very large, very, very attractive financially for people to invest in it, you're a little bit more in the driver's seat to dictate to the development community. This is what you're going to do, right? I would say we're in a middle ground position. We have, as the consultant shared, we got a lot of things that look great and why they want to be here, but I don't know that we're in the driver's seat to dictate. What I would rather do, what I like to do when working in the private sector is say, tell us what makes sense for you financially, what will work. We would love to have mixed use and housing and these other, maybe even affordable housing, these other components, and help us understand what's going to make sense for you to get not only your investment involved, but the other parties are going to come. Let's look at that picture and see how we can keep making it better as we go forward. So at this point, I would say, yes, it's open and on the table, but it could be that they come to us and they say, if you're going to require us to add housing or even affordable housing, it can't pencil, then we might look for other alternatives to work on that piece of the puzzle.
Right. Just to augment that, if it's fair, I think with state, changing of policy, land use and kind of where we're at, where we're going, that's not really such a surprise issue all the way around anymore because of just the state and their land use and ordinance and how you do your zoning. I just think in fairness too is that it will come up. Housing's going to be a conversation that will come up.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll come up.
Mark,
And it already has, honestly, from the initial research we did with developers. And it always does on these entertainment district projects. Because for a lot of developers, their sweet spot is housing. And that's a model that many developers know, and they know how to monetize that and generate a consistent ROI for themselves and their investors. And so it's a sweet spot where, we're working for a community in Indiana right now on a similar concept that they have about 450,000 people in the county. And so there has to be sort of a place where the city draws the line to say, look, we're not going to consider a development proposal on this acreage that doesn't at least include, you know, entertainment driver and a sports facility or whatever, whatever you define that is. And we think that takes up 20 acres or whatever that might be. But we also understand that in order for this to make sense for you, you have to do all those things around it that developers need to do to make money. So, A, tell us if we're requiring a minimum of X, and you're going to be able to do all this other development. Does that work at all for you? And if it does, then what are your visions for that? And ideally, you don't overreach, like Mark was just saying, you don't overreach when you go out and you put out that RFI or RFQ and what your demands are, especially if you don't have all the leverage. So you want to make sure that you get some good responses, and then those responses are where the city starts to be able to sit down and look at, okay, here's what are realistic plans that developers are out there willing to partner with us on. Here's what that's going to take from us, and which one do we think achieves our goals and that we would like to consider moving forward with. And I'm very confident that we can be at that point 6 months from now to be able to have a couple ideas in hand, and a better understanding of what tools the city can use and be back in front of you all to say, okay, what's the next step to really push this forward?
Mark, you said to leave about 10 minutes or so? 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, if there's any other questions, that would be fine. But I think council, what we're going to do is, and Eric, I apologize to you for this, but we are going to have Eric, our municipal financial advisor, go next with the presentation. But our sales tax consultant has a hard stop at 11. So what I was thinking might make sense for council, if you don't have any more questions for the entertainment district, maybe we take a break, bathroom break, come back at 10, and we'll have our sales tax consultant do the next presentation. And Eric, you would go after him if that's okay with you.
All right. So we will take a 10-minute recess and we'll start back again at 10 a.m.
Brian, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Did, you want to come back at 10 and you had a next presenter? It's 10:01, so we are welcoming the next presenter and topic.
Thank you so much, council, and appreciate you hanging in there so far. There's a lot of information. We got a lot more coming at you. So our next presentation is, we hired a consultant. His name is Richard Bernard. He's a PhD, so Dr. Bernard, and he's a partner with Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz and Associates, known as FM3. We know Richard. He has helped the city many times when we have considered sales tax measures. He has helped us with polling, and so he recently conducted a poll. He's going to share with you at a high level some of the preliminary results of that poll, and that is another component potentially of what we might look at in terms of trying to fund a number of things at the city. And if we were to do something like this would be something we would consider for November of next year. Richard, it's all to you.
Great. Are you folks gonna put up the slides?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, council members, mayor. Thank you for inviting me to present the results of your recent survey. Next slide, please. So I'll start with the method. I'll start with, sorry.
Go ahead, Richard. I'm sorry. You got it. You got it, Melissa?
Yeah, well, I can see it. Can you folks see it?
We can see it.
Great. Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with methodology. We conducted a survey between February 24th and March 4th, so very fresh data. It was a dual mode survey, which means a random portion of respondents took the survey on the telephone and a random portion took it online. In fact, 46% took it on on telephone, 54% online. We interviewed a random sample of 420 Tulare City voters who are likely to vote in a November 2026 election based on their past voter history or if they've recently registered to vote. The margin of error for questions asked of everyone is plus or minus 4.9, and we contacted your residents by telephone, email, and text. We offered the survey in English and Spanish, of which 5% of the respondents opted to take the survey in Spanish. And as I go through the numbers, if you notice something doesn't quite equal 100%, I blame that entirely on rounding. Next slide. I kind of want, in the following slide, I kind of want to set the context. Next slide, please. I want to set the context. We asked early in the survey if they thought that the city needed additional funds to provide the level of city services that residents need and want. And we offered them the option of a great need, some need, a little need, or no real need, or some people would volunteer they didn't know. 73%, almost 3/4 of your likely November 26 voters said that they perceive that the city has a need for at least some funds, with almost 4 in 10 saying there is a great need. Now, if you end up, and I'm not trying to get ahead of the council, but at least for this exercise, if you end up thinking about perhaps a general purpose sales tax, if you go in a regularly scheduled municipal election, which would be November of 2026, the threshold for passage is 50+1. So I'm now going to move into the part of the survey where we ask them about I'll call a hypothetical measure, because again, I don't want to get ahead of the council on this. So next slide, and then the following slide, please. One more. Thank you. So we presented this ballot question. It's a 75-word ballot question. We had your city attorney review it for legal standards, because I don't want to test something that your attorney would never approve. So there's certain requirements that we have to place in the measure. It would be a general purpose measure, which means that at most we can provide illustrative examples of where the money could be used. And ultimately, if the voters chose, if the council chooses to place it on the ballot and voters approve the measure, then the money would go directly into the general fund, and it would be at the discretion of the council as to how they ultimately would use it. We tested a 1 cent sales tax which your finance folks tell me would generate approximately $16 million annually. We asked this question if they were on the phone, or they read it if they were online. And if we can go to the next slide, I will show you the results. So we asked them, based on the description, would you vote yes in favor or no to oppose? If they said they would vote yes in favor, we asked them, is that definitely or probably? Because we want to know the intensity of support. And if they said no, we asked them, is that definitely or probably? Because we want to know the intensity of the opposition. If they were undecided, we pushed them a little. We said, well, would you vote? Would you vote yes or would you vote no? If they've said they vote yes or lean vote yes, we put them in the yes camp, no in the no camp. And in this case, 8% were undecided after we asked them again. 62% of your likely voters said they would vote yes, either definitely, probably, or lean voting yes. 30% said no, 8% were undecided. If we look a little closer at the data, you see that 37% said definitely yes. And remember, it's a 50+1 measure, and the margin of error is plus or minus 4.9%. So for simple math, let's say 5. So at this particular time, because that's all we can say is, we tested, when the survey took place, on the high end, the yes vote would either be 67%, and at the low end, it would be 57%. And I simply took 5% margin of error, I rounded up, and I took the 62 and I added 5 on above and subtracted 5 below. What's also interesting to me is that the definitely no is usually where I see a floor of about 20% who say not interested in supporting taxes. So at least initially in this survey, the measure is in a relatively good place for a potential passage. Next slide, please. I thought it would be interesting for you to see how the results break down by city council district. So I took everyone who said definitely, probably, or lean yes, and I made them blue. That blue bar is yes on the initial vote that you just saw. The orange are the folks who said definitely, probably, or lean no on the initial vote, and that orange bar is the total no, and the gray are those pure undecideds. And you'll see each district is represented below, and the percentages below the district are the percentages that particular district will make up of a likely November 2026 election, with district 4 and 5 representing the largest percentage of likely voters. As you can see across districts,
You got some work to do. Sorry.
as you could see across districts, there's support across the board in terms of this measure. Next slide, please. I wanted to also look at potential turnouts. Gubernatorial elections are pretty good turnouts, but they're not presidential election turnouts. So on the left-hand side are all the people that we interviewed who voted in at least one of the last 6 statewide elections. So the last 3 primary and the 3 general. So that is everyone. Includes low propensity voters, everyone that is likely to vote in November 2026. So if everyone we anticipate comes out to vote, it should be a 62-30, almost a 2-to-1, or a little bit more than a 2-to-1 ratio of yes to no. On the right-hand side are the really dedicated voters, the ones who come out for absolutely everything, and they voted in the last 6 of the last 6 elections, and their 61% would say yes, 31% say no. So regardless of the turnout model, at least at this point in time, there should be really no difference in terms of the outcome of the election if they only heard the ballot title and summary. Next slide, please. You may remember earlier, I showed you a slide about whether they perceive that the city has a need for additional funds to provide the level of city services that residents need and want. If people say there's a great need, 74% are going to vote yes. If they think some need, 63. If they think there's a little or no real need, it's 39%. This tells me the more they're educated about the need, the more likely that they are to support a potential measure. Next slide, please. I thought it would be important for you to get a little bit of sense of tolerance of, well, you don't have to ask for a 1 cent. You could certainly ask for a 3/4 or a half or even a quarter. But working with your city manager and your staff, we opted to test the tax sensitivity at a 3/4 or a half cent. So everyone heard the 1 cent, and you've seen that result previously. It was 62.30. A random half the sample, we said, well, what happens if it wasn't a one cent, which produced $16 million, but it was instead a 3/4 cent sales tax that would produce $12 million. And the other random half heard a half cent, which they were informed would produce $8 million. I simply just have the 1 cent amount. That's where I got the 8 million. And you could see across the board that there's pretty strong consistency in level of support, with the margin of error in the case of the 3/4 and the half cent being at plus or minus 7%. What was striking to me is that the definitely yes for the 1 cent is at 37%, and the definitely yes on the half cent is 46%. So we're minimizing a little bit of the risk before we try to educate them. The half cent looks a little stronger, but at this point, I would say would not let go of that 1/2 cent, because it looks potentially viable. Next slide. Because this is a budget priority, in a sense, a budget priority workshop to some extent, I wanted to test what your voters' priorities were on a variety of elements. Next slide. I wanted we asked them 37 items, but I want to pull out 2 items first and talk a little bit about them. The question was, regardless of whether you support the measure or not, how important would it be to include either this service, this program, this provision in the measure? So it's all tied to the money that might be generated in the measure. And random half the sample were asked improving city services. And we gave them the option of extremely important, very important, somewhat important, not too important, where they volunteered they didn't know. The other random half heard the phrase maintaining city services. And in this case, if we do a comparison between improving and maintaining, on extremely or very important, there's a 19% differential, a 19% gap between the 58 and the 77. That tells me primarily they like what they have and they want to maintain what they have. It doesn't mean they don't want improvements, enhancements, but you're doing a good job, and they want you to stay the course, at least primarily. If we look at extremely important, there's a differential of 11%. 23% said it was extremely important to improve city services, and 34, about a third, said maintaining city services. So keep that in mind. Next slide. Now I want to present the entire list, and I know you have this and it's publicly available. We tested 37 items. They were randomized. Some random half heard some random heard the other, and some heard all of them. I have ranked them in terms of the extremely and very important. Remember, the question was, regardless of whether you support the measure or not, how important would it be to include this in a part of the measure? The top 3 items are public safety related. So that's important for you to know. Now, the intensity of preventing thefts and property crimes is a little lower than some of the other items, like preventing crime and gang activity and protecting local drinking water sources. But these 3 items, at least 9 and 10 or more, are saying this is extremely or very important. The next 4 items, 80% or more, are saying those are extremely important. So we've already identified that public safety is, by far a clear important item. repairing roads and potholes also rises to a high level, as well as issues related around protecting local drinking water. As you know, you have wells and you have infrastructure needs. And then if we drop down to at 78%, you had 12 things that were in the 70s. Remember, it's a 50+1 measure. So I'm looking for things that are higher than 50+1 in the margin of error. So things in the 70s and above are really good items. I should tell you that in many of the cities where I do this work, and I do this all across California, some cities don't have these high numbers in terms of people really engaged and wanting the city to ensure much of this maintaining, right, or repairing roads, that these things are happening. So this not only is a good list if you're thinking potentially down the road for a potential revenue measure, but when you're doing budget priorities, the voters are telling you that your priorities match their priorities, and not every city that's the case. So you should feel good that you're listening to your voters. I'd like to go down, if you can drop down, we're at slide 14. If you can drop down to slide 17, please. So there's a fairly long list and you have access to it, but I want to speak to the items that are at the lowest on this list of 37 items. I'll remind you the top items were extremely or very important in the 90s, and that the extremely important were in the mid 60s, low 60s, and 50s. This is the items that score lower. Now, some of these items people don't know. So that orange that is not too important and don't know, it starts to expand. We didn't see much orange on the first page, but I'd like to point out some of the lowest scoring items, and that is establishing a new indoor recreation facility, expanding cities' hiking, biking, walking, and riding trails, and establishing a new regional sportsplex. What the voters are telling you here is they don't necessarily want this sales tax to be spent on these items. It doesn't tell you that they don't want these things. And I suspect if you build it, they will come. But it's important to link what my question was, which is sales tax related to these particular outcomes. I just want to make that abundantly clear. Next
Richard,
slide.
hold on one
Yeah,
second.
please.
So council, the noise you're hearing is we have people working on the roof today. I've just asked Manny to go up there and ask them to hold off until after lunch. So hopefully in a couple of minutes, you'll stop hearing all the bangs and the noise. But until then, please just endure with me as Richard goes forward. And I want to, before Richard starts again, I want to make that point really clear that he just made. Again, in our Parks Master Plan, for example, we didn't ask the residents, how do you want to fund these things, or do you want to fund these things? We asked the residents, what are the more important recreational elements that you would like to see in our community? Of all the elements that we listed, they prioritize things like the sportsplex and the indoor rec facility, but we didn't ask them, are you willing to have an additional sales tax measure to pay for it, which in my mind further supports what we presented to you before this presentation, which is if we want to do an indoor sportsplex, we probably need to think about how to use other people's money to do it and use it in a way that could be for other benefits like economic development, right? It's another way of kind of reinforcing what we heard previously. Richard, I apologize for interruption. Please continue.
Oh, no, this is great. You feel, you're a smart guy. You bring in any comments you'd like. All right, next slide, please. All right, so in this part of the survey, I wanted to simulate educational outreach. I made an earlier statement that the more people understand your needs, the more likely they are to support the measure. And so I want to empirically demonstrate that, or my intent was to see whether that was true or not. Next slide. So we presented them in the next two slides with a number of educational statements. Remember, the city can't advocate for a sales tax. They can only educate about the needs and tell your story in a non-advocacy way. So we presented them and we randomized these. We presented them with a series of statements, And we said, after each one, tell me if it would make you more inclined to vote yes on the measure. If they said it would make them more inclined, we asked them, is that much more inclined, which is the dark blue, or somewhat more inclined, which is the bright blue? And I've aggregated or summed the total of the total more inclined to vote yes on the right-hand side. The words in the parentheses, accountability, keeping gangs out, crimes and stats, are just the themes of the messages. So I don't have to read 7 of the messages to you, but we did not present those particular words to the respondent either on the phone or when they were reading it online. But the messages are the messages. And I'd like to point out a couple of things. One is you have a very good story to tell. When you have 3/4 of the respondents saying they're either much or somewhat more inclined to vote yes on a measure, because of this, that tells me that the messages resonate. The strongest messages that you see here and then in the subsequent pages, many of them are statistically similar. And so you never want to over message, but messaging we can talk about later if you'd like. Clearly, people want accountability. They want to make sure they may love you folks, but they are mindful of government. And particularly in this day and age, when they're getting messages from a lot of different sources that there's fraud, waste, and abuse in government, they want to make sure that there is accountability. Now, part of the legal requirements is that, you need to have you publicly disclose how you spend your money, right? I go online and I read your budget, and trust me, I did. And you disclose how you spend your money. So that's public disclosure of spending. You have audits every year to make sure that the books are in order. Those kinds of things are expected. People don't know that, and so they need to be reminded, not only for this potential measure, but for everything you do, that there's someone watching you, and that a resident, even at 3 o'clock in the morning, could get online and see what you've done with their tax dollars. Another message that's very strong is that people are concerned about gangs, particularly gangs coming in from neighboring communities, of which we won't mention them, but they want to make sure that the police force is strong enough to prevent them from coming in and challenging your great quality of life. And then we presented them with some crime statistics from the last year to say you need well-trained police officers and good equipment to make sure that your community remains safe. Next slide, please. Other messages that scored strongly were about streets. We looked at your most recent pavement management report, and we talked about how this money could be, remember, goes into the general fund, and it's at the discretion of you as to how, or your future councils on to how to spend it, and also related to emergencies, health emergencies with 911. Those are some of the major themes that scored very highly in your community. Next slide, please. I then re-asked that ballot question that you saw earlier. So remember, my point is to simulate what happens if the city goes out and tells its story in a non-advocacy way. The left-hand side, you've seen these numbers a couple of times. That's the initial vote. When they just heard ballot title and summary, it was 62-30, 8% undecided. After telling people what you could use the money for and telling your story, we re-asked that ballot question. Support only goes up a modest 3 points to 65%. But what's important here is the definitely yes. The soft yeses have been a little bit more solidified at 45%. So there's a jump of 8 points on the definitely yes. And I will remind you that the measure that at least I'm testing for is a general purpose measure that requires 50+1. So if I use that margin of error test, and it's, let's say, round up to 5 for simple math, on the yes, total yes, on the high end, I'm going to add 5 to that 65, it's at 70. On the low end, it's 60. And even if I'm a little bit more conservative and say, let's only look at the definitely yes and probably yes, and I use that margin of error on that 60, it's 65 or 55. which is above that 50+1 threshold. Next slide, please. And then one more after that, it will be my last presenting slide. In conclusion, a broad majority of your Tulare voters perceive that there's a need for at least some additional funds, with 73% saying that was the case. 3 and 5 are willing to support the 1 cent sales tax initially. Support for the lower amounts are not extremely meaningfully different. I am mindful of the definitely yes is stronger at the half-cent, but if you're at least contemplating something, and I realize there's no ask today and you have plenty of time to discuss and reach out to the community and chat about your needs. There's no evidence right now that you've got to pull back from the 1 cent. So certainly various other amounts are viable, and it would be at your discretion as to how and if you want to move that forward. Again, not trying to get ahead of you. Voters place the greatest priority on your public safety, 911 response, keeping safe streets, communities safe, preventing thefts and crimes, repairing potholes, protecting local water supplies. So again, use this information not only here, but in other deliberations that you might have, because voters are telling you your priorities are similar to theirs. The top statements in favor of a measure are accountability. You never lead with accountability, because people don't vote for a measure because there's accountability. They vote against a measure if there isn't. So that's a secondary message. And the lead messages clearly relate to public safety. With a legally permissible educational outreach, that simulation I did, the current survey findings suggest the measure has a path of success at 1 cent rate, but a check-in with voters closer to the election may be an important data point when you folks are deliberating. We don't know in the summer, next summer, if you choose to deliberate about this, and if you do, we don't know what the economy will be like. There's some discussion that maybe we'll go into a recession, maybe there'll be tariff wars that will result in a cost of living increase. We don't know those things. So those are variables that are out of the city's hands. But as you are now, and as people reflect on your community, there clearly is a desire to increase your resources so you can maintain and in some cases improve their quality of life. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, before we turn it over to council, Richard, thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to make 3 other points or reiterate 3 points for council's consideration. The first is, of the 6 cities that are in Tulare County, currently the city of Tulare has the lowest sales tax rate. We're at 8.25%. Visalia is at 8.5%, and Porterville is at 9.25%. With each 0.25% that council would consider, that would generate about $4 million. Keep in mind, we recently hired 12 new firefighters. That is being paid with grant funds for 3 years. Again, our goal is through economic development means and other means to generate more revenue to make sure we hold on to those positions. But those positions alone would, require a need for almost $3 to $4 million a year to be able to cover those positions. We know we've talked about hiring new police officers. Each officer at an entry level costs about $200,000 each. We talked before previously that if we wanted to mirror Visalia's police sworn officer count, we would need to hire 5 more. And if we wanted to mirror Porterville's, we need to hire 12 more. So hiring 12 more police officers is another $2.4 million a year. And the last thing I want to remind you is that with sales tax, that's not all paid by our citizens. It's mostly paid. But, our best estimates are about 15 to 20% of our sales tax is collected from visitors that come to the community. That's all that I have. Council, please, it's your time. 4 million. Every quarter is 4. So that's why 1% would be 16 million.
I think just for time, so we kind of want to keep our comments brief on this, but we'll go around. Councilman Harrell? Sigala?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. At some point, if that could be made available to us, that'd be great. And I think for me, I do appreciate your last comments about obviously the political climate, economic climate at closer to the election next year. So I think I had briefly talked to our city attorney, if he could kind of share the deadline. I know if we need to have it on the November ballot, there's a lot earlier deadline to try to put it in. So if we were to do a poll again, it'd probably have to be either at the end of the year or early next year. But if the city attorney had an idea by when we would need to put it on the ballot.
Yeah, generally, it's gonna be, the council needs to approve the resolution to put it on the ballot. It's gonna be probably late May, June timeframe. And to get it on the November ballot, there's some subsequent things that happen, and then it'll take effect, if it passes, it would take effect the first full quarter after passage. So you're gonna start collecting tax typically April 1st, and then you're gonna get the proceeds the quarter after that.
Well, thank you. And I think just in general, last comment is, I think I really appreciate the poll. I think the comment about folks feeling good about the city direction comes at all different levels. Starts with our city manager and the management team and the things that this council does. And I think at least one of the indicators has been just over the last, couple election cycles, and all of us have been, very fortunate to have been provided another term to continue to work together to try to support our city. And, as obviously as we get closer and whatever the council decides to do on this topic, I think, I saw a couple of things that could be merged that I think would make the educational component a little bit stronger in terms, especially with the first responders and public safety. And, I did appreciate seeing that people were concerned about our youth as well, and was up there and combining after-school programs and other types of things to try to, make sure our kids don't go into the whole gang life. But I appreciate the presentation and look forward to future conversations about it.
Councilman Maderos?
Very briefly to follow up, and initially my reaction when we started talking about this was that 0.5% was the area we should go, especially to address homelessness and also to deal with what I think, and I've already had a brief conversation with the chief of police, but that really includes all of our safety components, that when I look at the size of the city of Porterville, and I see that they've got 10 more police officers, despite the fact that they're probably 5,000 to 10,000 citizens less than we are, we have to do something about that. And we also have to do something about our homelessness. And when we were talking about 0.5%, my concept was 25, half of the 0.5% go to homelessness and the other half go to enhancing our police force and our public safety. And that's quite a bit in line with what this survey indicated. But to really accomplish something, if the support's out there, and considering the fact that 9.25 is where Porterville's at, and we'd be able to provide those things plus others, I'd be intrigued about the possibility. And this is where, and I'll give credit to Mark. Mark brought this up at my last meeting with him. If we could peel off 0.25% and work with the hospital district to help them with their need to complete that project over there, that enhances the city of Tulare, so that effectively maybe 0.25% of that goes over to help our healthcare situation, and we can keep 3/4 for the two items I indicated plus capital improvement projects. That would be intriguing, I would hope, to our citizens when they make the decision to vote. But Mario, was anything like that possible to deal with our health aspect within the city, to where we could use some of this in some fashion or another with the hospital district to help them complete that tower?
So, because it's being proposed as a general tax, it's essentially up to the council. What I've seen in the past is, to build kind of local support. If the council wants to adopt, kind of like a statement of, intent that, hey, these are our top priorities and we might use the money for this or that. I've seen that being done. You do have to be a little careful as far as commitments for that, because you don't want to kick it over into a special tax, because the special tax has a higher threshold for passage. So if the council's interested in doing something like that and laying out the intent, and particularly the hospital, that I think that's fine. But it's really getting out the intent and making sure that it's the council's wishes on what they intend to use the money for, and not a commitment that they will definitely do those things.
And council, I would also caution you that, you know, as Richard said early in the presentation, it's a long time away from November of next year. And so, you know, I think we need to really think about if this is something that you want to do. I know you'll have preliminary conversations in the community with others. We did not poll that question about healthcare. And that would be something, I think, if we were to do a trailer survey next year sometime to see where the sentiment is, that may be something we would want to bring up at that time, along with if there's other things that you have an interest in. I would also caution you that please, you know, please don't get too far ahead of us on this, in the sense that even if you decided you wanted to look at healthcare, there's a lot of ways to consider how to do that. And just like we've spent a lot of energy and time describing to you, you know, we could fund, for example, an indoor rec facility with general fund dollars or park impact fees, or we could fund it a different way, let's say through TOT revenue. Like, there's a lot of work. We've done a lot of work on the concepts that we are in control of. We've not done any work as staff on, for example, healthcare. And I would want time to sit down with the healthcare district and Adventist and others and think through what would make sense for them, but also makes sense for us, right? It's sort of easy to say, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but it's easy to think, well, we got sales tax revenue, we can give it to the healthcare district. Well, there's a lot of ways that money could be provided, right? Is it provided to the district? Is it provided to an Adventist? Is it provided for services or facilities or equipment? I don't know those answers. I'd want time to think through it. So if we know a general sentiment from you, an interest and a desire, and you test in the community as through your conversation that there's an interest, let us do all the more technical background work before we commit to anything, so we have an opportunity to present to you some options.
Well,
Hold on, I want to keep going. Sure. So Councilmember Sarah.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It was a lot of information that kind of surprised me. So glad to get that information. I agree with our city manager that right now deciding exactly where this money is going to go is a little bit too early. But yet, public safety is definitely the highest priority for our citizens. And I think that even needs to be defined more clearly. What does that entail? Because I think in that whole list, some of those things further down the list might really be a part of public safety. And we can look at that more in depth of what public safety means, which might mean healthcare. I mean, there's a lot of things that it could mean, but I think so really defining and looking at that, and perhaps with another survey, zeroing in exactly what are those priorities in public safety, because of course I see taking care of the homeless as a huge part of public safety. So that's just, you know, that's my bent, as you all know. So I appreciate caution in trying to decide right now where it goes, yet really looking at what our citizens have said in terms of public safety.
Yeah, to jump out, I think first, or to say, offer something a little different that's already been said, is just as we move forward with this my reservation and caution with using the word pothole. So, because once you say that, I think the public really logs that and hangs on to that, especially in Tulare. Measure R had advertisements with potholes, and Measure R money does not go to potholes. That we finally, I think, are getting away from hearing that out in the community. President Bush comes and talks about potholes, and that word sticks with the people of Tulare. So I think we just be cautious if it's our intent, or as we come forward and as we're defining that. The last comment I think with this is, and I appreciate the presentation by the consultant with that, is especially with Tulare, and I think the evolution of our community and as we're at now, is a lot of this messaging is found in consumer and community confidence in its council. So I think locally in this community has always come together to support measures, high school bonds and others locally. If so the messaging, and I know there's national interests and other external topics and, you know, the goal of not bringing external topics that are going to create controversy in the city of Tulare and so forth is keeping that message local, confidence local. And I think totally support the 1%. And I think this council will give a good direction to the community of exactly what that will be used for, and we'll get that support. So Sagali, you had one more comment, please make it.
I had a question.
You had no questions.
No, I think the only thing is that, you know, I look forward to the time where we can all spend some more time on what some of those priorities may be to use some of the sales tax. I mean, I'm not necessarily sold on the healthcare idea, but definitely looking forward to those conversations.
Yeah, I think where we're at here is planting the seed, kind of our initial thoughts, and then as Mark said, this is going to be on our agenda moving forward. Mr. Mondale, to keep us up forward on time and presentations, what do you have next?
So Richard, thank you so much for your time, and you made your 11 o'clock meeting. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Richard.
for the opportunity. Have a good day.
Okay, our next presentation is going to be by our municipal financial advisor, Mr. Eric Scriven. Is that how you pronounce the last name?
Yeah.
Scriven? Okay. He is the public agency funding strategist with NAH Advisors. This is a firm that the city recently hired. And they're going to provide us, you know, I mentioned earlier, we hired a firm to kind of focus on diversifying and trying to generate more short-term interest earnings with our investment portfolio. This firm is sort of working at the opposite end. They are our high-level advisor who is going to really help us put all these puzzle pieces together. As you can see, $1.5 billion in projects over 30 years, all the projects that are the CIP projects, all these other strategies and potential projects we've talked today. It's a big puzzle. And putting all these things together to be as efficient as we possibly can to leverage and maximize the leveraging of our funds. We need other expert advice, folks who've worked in other communities and lessons learned in other places. And so NHA are those folks. So Eric, we're going to turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Really pleased to be here. We were recently hired, and we think of it as a privilege. My partner, Craig Hill, also was on the interview, and his family lives in town, so near and dear to his heart. So I have 16 slides here, and I might be able to get it done in 16 minutes. And I have a few case studies in the back as well, just for touch points if we want to go through them. But you'll see some themes, but I think as was mentioned earlier, this is a very high level, sort of get oriented to different approaches, how we NHA, but I think generally speaking, financial advisors look at the world about how you fund projects. Some of it's pretty straightforward, say on the utility side, but these community benefit projects that we're going to talk about, that's where you really need to be creative. So this is the layout, intro to us, 3 slides, and then we'll get into how we sort of see the background, which is that's a very large CIP, and frame it with the objectives, and then just go into sort of the funding sources. Generally speaking, we'll drill down a little bit, and then currently what the capacity looks like for funding, certainly utility, but how you might look at funding other projects. So NHA, there's 9 of us. We're all municipal advisors, and we think we're pretty good at what we do, and we're unique in the sense that we don't just do bonds. We really think of ourselves as funding strategists, trying to cobble together the right package and really stick with it. And we do a lot of consulting as well. This is where I think not just the people, but how we work. And I think this is really important. These 2 slides call it the NHA way. Everything we do, everything is meant to be your municipal advisor, your trusted advisor, which means that we're really process oriented, not transaction driven. And you'll see that manifested in a number of ways. as simple as how we get compensated. It's not necessarily a deal. It's an hourly approach. That's our preference. We really dig deep on options, and we really want to make sure council understands what they're deciding upon. And then once the decision is made, we execute. So this is, the next slide is how we really go about it. We really try to listen, understand, gain clarity from staff and council. We think the best firm in the business as far as doing our diligence, trying to uncover all the options, do some heavy analysis, such that we present them in an understandable form for city council to make the decisions that is right for the city of Tulare. Once we're directed to execute on any type of approach, then we execute. We're really a good project manager. We think of ourselves as the city's quarterback on these projects, the agent when you're not in the room. So the background, you've got about $1.6 billion on the list. Some of that's got to do, and some of it's need to do, and some of it's wish to do. And that's part of what the city needs to do, is prioritize and direct. As Mark mentioned earlier, you really, sometimes opportunities present themselves and you have to be flexible on taking advantage of opportunities. One thing that I did notice earlier, which you're doing all the right things, is creating these master plans and planning, because and designing some projects, because as we saw during the ARPA days, if you're shovel ready, sometimes opportunities come to you as far as funding, and that's a good thing. So we'll go back for a moment. I just really, how we look at this is, as was mentioned before, the core objective is to create funding approaches or plans, not doing deals, but a funding approach, which really on each project and the overall plan of all the projects, individually and collectively, makes use of those other funding sources and tries to use debt as a plug figure when you need to, cash on hand, other revenue sources to create the lowest cost of funding on the best and most favorable terms. Just specifically utility, we're always rate pair, keeping the rate management in mind. So that's, again, trying to make sure that you have low cost of funds for the capital projects. And then overarching is just maintaining a long-term fiscal sustainability posture for the city, particularly the general fund, which is where all the essential services really get paid from. Just our little puzzle piece, the way we look at, there's a lot of other funding sources, but to break it down very simplistically, you have your internal sources and your external sources. The external sources, up until about 2 months ago, there was a lot of money washing around federal, and there is still some state money out there for grants, but there are subsidized loan programs that remain, some of which are being narrowed down at the federal level, certainly. What you do have control over is internal. You have some reserves. If you have cash flow at the general fund, certainly on the utility funds, those are internal pay-go types of opportunities. As was mentioned numerous times today, and sometimes is really not talked about enough, is those public partnerships, joining with other entities that may have common benefits from projects that you're considering, school districts, county, and the like. And then finally, on the lower right-hand side, doing market rate debt. Again, there are other low and no cost forms of funding from state and federal sources and other sources for that matter. But at the end of the day, debt is usually needing to be considered on certain types of larger projects. Let's just talk a little bit about what has been talked about before. We're breaking these into two general buckets. The community benefit projects, some of which, they're big numbers. The streets You've got large 20-year figures that are in that major capital projects sheet that we've all seen. But we break it down into looking at what is on the horizon over the next 5 years. The want to or need to do things such as a regional sportsplex, community center, business park, fire station, corporation yard. Those are all big ticket items and largely will be coming out of the general fund or some other special type of funding source. The really large projects, and I would note storm drain projects here, are about $720 million out of that 1.4 billion. But the water and sewer projects are pretty large projects, and certainly over the next 5 years, those are big numbers. And we're going to show that there's a way that you normally fund those with your enterprise funds through user fees, special tax or assessments from usually new development sources, and then connection fees. And many times you're doing a combination of pay-go and bonds for the utility projects. But going back to the community projects, there's a myriad of sources. Gas tax, in certain instances, we'll show maybe one case study, rent, user charges, the impact fees, certainly for new development. And then the general fund revenue, that's a catch-all, as you'll see, for lease transactions where all of the funding that is legally available in the general fund is available to make debt payments on leases. And certainly grants for some of these community benefit projects is an important component. I would also say that we'll show a case study where not just grants, but then there are certain opportunities where you can do community fundraising. So we're going to just show 3 types of transactions just to probably remind this council because you've done debt in the recent past from what we've seen. Lease revenue bond, this is from the general fund, and this is popular because it does not require voter approval. Really, it's a funding where you're using what we call a renting of a city-owned property, and that payment is going to bondholders. And this is a mechanism where you can raise funds for projects. This is a lower credit by about 1 rating notch. If you had a general fund, general obligation rating of say A+ as an example, you'd be at an A credit rating for a lease transaction. But these are very common types of transactions that are executed to do general fund type projects. Next slide. So a general obligation bond, the difference between it's still a general fund type of transaction, but this does go to the voters. Similar to what we were talking about earlier with the revenue measure, this happens to be a property tax based type of measure where you raise you ask the voters if they want to do a certain type of project. It's a special project. It's a special vote. You need 2/3 requirement. And then it's really at that point an unlimited tax to make sure that annually that debt service gets paid. So whatever the debt service is annually, that levy is set annually, depending on the assessed value in the overall community. That's the levy that's set, irregardless of what the assessed value is, that debt service needs to be paid. So that is the highest credit rated type of bond transaction the city can issue. And then utility enterprise transactions. These are revenue bonds from each of the respective utilities. The city is very familiar with these types of transactions. You've done numerous transactions over the last 10, 15 years. Really, it's a bond that's repaid out of a specific revenue fund, say a water fund where you're doing water projects. The user fees and service charges are what's pledged, and the pledge is a net revenue pledge. So what you're pledging is an income stream that you've got your total revenues less expenses. That is the net revenue, and that is what's pledged to bondholders. And usually you're going to have a minimum level of requirement of coverage, which for this city of Tulare, usually it's about 1.2 1.2 times coverage for every dollar of debt service that you're expecting to issue. We thought we'd put a slide in here for the record, if you will, with respect to the bond process. Usually takes about 3 to 6 months. Once a plan of finance is developed, you assemble the team, you structure the transaction, and at that point you draft your legal documents and your disclosure documents, which is what goes out to the investors to sell the bonds. You also put together your credit information to the rating agencies to get the best rating, which will show is very important for your interest rate. And once you have city council's approval for going to the marketplace with the legal documents and the structure and the amount, you go to the investors, and on one day you sell those bonds, commit to selling the bonds to the underwriter, and you lock in the interest rates and the terms. And usually about 2 weeks later, you close the transaction and the money is deposited into the account for the project. So how much can the city or any entity borrow? Really comes down to a number of factors, but they all translate into term, just like a mortgage, really, interest rate and the term of the loan. So for instance, if you had a 4% interest rate and had $1 million available to pay debt payment, you would be able to raise about $17 million. On the sort of more extreme side, if you had $10 million of annual capacity to pay debt service, 4% interest rate, you could get $173 million, which is a big number. But you can see that number goes down markedly. If your interest rate is 5.5%, that would be a capacity of $145 million. What goes into that? Again, that's a 30-year transaction. Certainly the interest rate that the city could borrow at, which is dependent upon your credit rating, but also the market. Market's been up, the market's been down. It's way up since the last issuance of bonds for the city, but it's pretty volatile right now. But I would say 4.5% is kind of where we're sitting right now. Again, how much can you borrow? There are constraints. As far as the example we spoke about, the lease revenue bonds or certificate of participation, there are some constraints. The constraint is when you want to borrow a certain amount of money, for the lease transaction, you have to have a sufficient number of assets, a value of assets to borrow that amount of money. That's just part of the legal requirements. So you also, for a general fund transaction, and this is where it gets really complicated because the general fund has a lot of moving parts on the revenue line items, but certainly also on the expense side with pensions, energy, insurance, and labor costs. You must make sure that you've got the budget capacity to issue whatever you want to issue for a lease revenue bond. The GO bond is unlimited, but the constraint, as we all know, is what will the voters accept for the size of that annual levy on their property. And that if you can get that passed, that really theoretically is an unlimited amount, but we all know that that's dependent upon what the voters will allow. And then the utility revenue bonds, as I mentioned just a moment ago, the constraint there is making sure that you have net revenues that provide sufficient coverage to issue the amount of debt that you're looking for. So if you do not meet that coverage, you've issued bonds as an example, and you've over leveraged the utility fund, the covenant in those documents means that you will be required to raise your rates to get back to that coverage level in the future if you've dipped below that. So specifically on the water enterprise fund, as you'll see, both the water and sewer funds, and these are using 2023 fiscal year figures, but we just wanted to show how in detail for the utilities specifically, how you would calculate the amount of bonding capacity you have. For the water fund, you've got net revenues after expenses of approximately $6.4 million. You have existing debt of about $2.3 million. So right now you're carrying 2.7, 2.8 times coverage on your existing debt service. What that gives you is theoretically about $3 million of net revenue or annual ability to increase your debt service. At 4.5% interest rate, that's approximately $49 million of additional bonding capacity for the water fund.
There's a period. Debt service coverage.
Which one?
Debt service coverage right now, you say 278%.
Yeah, it's 278. Either that or we could put 2.78 times. That's the, so we're mixing up a little here. I'm sorry about that. Same thing, we'll just go to the next slide, which is the sewer. The bottom line there with the same approach to the calculation is at 4.5% interest rate. There's approximately $120 million of capacity. Again, these are 2023 figures. We'll get the 24 figures and update this, but that's gives you order of magnitude that those funds have capacity to address some, most, or perhaps all of your near-term 5-year CIP. So as I just mentioned, the high-level takeaways really are the sewer and water enterprise funds. I know that there's been rate studies and rate increases over the last number of years, and that's put both of those funds in good position to handle the near-term CIP. Those funds have a lot of CIP over the next 10 and 15, 20 years. So best practices are to keep on top of those rates and make sure that it's a steady approach to rate setting versus sort of the volatile ups and downs that we see in some other communities. Now, as far as the community benefit projects, that again, as we mentioned, or I mentioned earlier, and I think it's been mentioned by others, that requires a more detailed and complex approach to sort of figuring out what the city's capacity to borrow. But what it comes down to is what is, for these community benefit projects, as you'll see the normal theme that has been discussed, is what's the community's interest and commitment to these projects as well. And there are a lot of ways to figure out a funding plan for, say, a community center, which I have an example in here. But again, it really comes down to the capacity of the city to participate, with its general fund dollars, but also, as Mark mentioned, some of these don't really have a payback financially. They have a community benefit payback. And as such, many times it's interesting to find other sources of funds, public partnerships, as I mentioned, fundraising, and earmarks and grants are certainly on the table for, I think, the city of Tulare. So with that, I'd be glad to answer. This was supposed to be high level orient to sort of where you're sitting on the utility funds, but also discuss the high level approaches for those community benefit projects. Be glad to talk about a couple of case studies if you like.
Eric, I would suggest you go ahead and just talk about the first one, the City of Gonzales Community Center. Yeah.
I think this one is really instructive. City of Gonzales is it's a small town in Monterey County. They had this plan. One thing that's not mentioned in here that I would mention as part of the funding plan is value engineering and phasing. Sometimes that's an important aspect to get part of that apple bite versus never getting a project started. This one, City of Gonzales qualified for a USDA loan. That was really the plug figure on this overall funding plan. It was about a $20 $25 million phase one. They decided not to go for the whole enchilada, which was about a $35 million project. They were able to get a state earmark from their state senator, used community block grant funds. The county participated with library monies. There was still was additional monies from the state for the library, some small, the electric charging station. And I think the notable point here was that the community supported this. This is a really interesting project. They call it a teen innovation center as well as a community center. It's right there in the heart of their downtown area. And they were able to raise, or they're well on track to raise that $9.3 million figure, which is a large chunk of this. And then again, the plug figure was a 40-year, 3% USDA loan. So that's one, I think, a really good example of showing community support for a project that will be sort of an anchor in their community benefit downtown.
So council, I think at that point, we'll here in a second, you open it up for questions. I'll just add a couple other comments. You know, you've got a lot of information today. We have a little bit more after this presentation to go forward with still. You know, we are a mid-sized city. We're not a large city. We're not a small city. We're a mid-sized city that is really growing to become a more contemporary, I think, sophisticated city, certainly in terms of our operations of the organization. And so we will always look to layer funding sources and leverage dollars as fast as we can, as efficiently as we can. I think the idea of having community support, like the community did for this building with the foundation, I think is always something that's at play. But, you know, there's a lot of things that we need to get done, like, for example, the treatment plant. And you saw our debt service coverage and the capacity for being able to bond that facility. That's very different than, let's say, when we're talking about the entertainment district, right? So we tried to give you a couple of different extreme examples today. I don't know that we would, for example, be looking to the community to do fundraising for the treatment plant. That is an essential public facility that we have to fund. And so that one, we're going to probably look directly to our rates and say, how do we get this project done? You know, we have a timeline for that. BPU is going to be getting involved in that probably more heavily in some ways than you will. But there's a lot of examples here. You're going to get copies of this presentation. I'll make those available to you so you can look at those. And if you have future questions, feel free to reach out to us. I think right now we want to focus on, are there any things that came up that Eric shared that you'd like to ask him about before we try to wrap up our day?
Right, with that, anything, that's kind of a thesis presentation there from the doctor. So,
Yeah,
we'll touch on,
very-
Vice Mayor Harrell.
Very comprehensive and really appreciate the information. And there is a lot to take in for today, but it's going to give us a lot to think about and go over. I appreciate your presentation.
My pleasure.
Councilman Segalda?
I guess the only question I had, maybe for Mark, is in the different funding ideas in terms of proposals. Is there a reason why the courtyard is in the community section versus in the enterprise section? Is there rationale why
It's a good
that's in
question.
there?
I think that's a very good question. We did put it in the community projects. We know a portion of that is likely to be funded from the general fund. That's kind of roughly where we put them in the two buckets. But certainly the corporation yard, you're gonna be having water, the enterprise funds pay a portion of the cost of that, and that would then be legitimately put into, allocated to each of the water and sewer funds. But a portion still, I would suspect, would remain, maybe even the airport. I really don't know. That's part of the, you know, the analysis to make it work.
But for example, just like we talk about partnering with the private sector on the entertainment district, we might think about, I'll just give you one example, one idea. If we were, for example, to build the new corporation yard at the city's treatment plant, we have a lot of property out there, right? We already eliminate the need to purchase more land because we have land, right? And that includes if we were to put that road through the middle of the city's existing corporate yard to build, that business park. So we sell off that land, the two pieces. We build the new facility. Frankly, the nice thing about that is we can build a new facility. Staff keeps working at the corporation yard until Friday afternoon. They go home and they come back Monday to go to the new corporate yard, right? And then we start the process of selling up. We could talk about partnering with other public agencies. Like I've had some preliminary discussions with the school district superintendents about they have the same challenges we have with electrification of their fleet, right? And so they need more room to store their buses. You got to have pretty much two electric buses for one diesel bus nowadays. And you got to have all the charging facilities. We're going to have to do the same thing over time. What if we partner with them at our facility? We build all the charging facilities, we build the maintenance facilities, but they pay us a fee to be able to use that to store their buses, to use it. So there's all kinds of conversations like that we'll have where we can partner with other agencies and generate some more revenue to cover our costs.
No,
We do
Sure.
need to be careful when we designate land out there that we're not putting an ag mitigation easement on some of that land out there that we're looking at.
We have separated those, thank you.
yeah.
Just a reminder.
Yeah.
No, and I think I appreciate that point because that was obviously one of the questions I had asked when the ag mitigation
Yeah.
plan, but that I understand that whole area is not part of it. But I think for me, there's other things. I mean, like, for example, the idea of annexing some of that property and setting aside some acreage for future development. I can see the courtyard helping towards building little restaurants or whatever in that area. So I think there's a lot of synergy that can happen. So I just was curious to see why it was in the community section,
Yep.
Fair
'cause,
point, fair
you know,
point.
to see how maybe, I think I definitely support the idea of the courtyard being there. Because for me, it just brings more traffic and it justifies some potential development on the west side, particularly in that corner.
Yes.
So just curious to see how that'll pan out.
Councilman Maderos?
I have nothing to add.
Neither do I.
No. Yeah, I thank you for the information. I think it's a dynamic that has been used. And I just think the presentation kind of has meant, I think, more of educating us, right? So that the topics aren't scary or completely new or so risky with that. So definitely I've opened up what process, the tool in the tool bag that we can, utilize
Right.
moving forward. And very much so of looking at, the one question, like lease revenue bonds. Do we have a history of that in Tulare? Have we facilitated any lease revenue bonds?
Yeah, you have
Yes.
Okay.
got a couple.
All right. That was one I haven't heard of too much, or which examples we have.
I don't know what bond we use for this. I'm not sure if any of my staff. Yeah, we can get you that information. I don't
Yeah,
have it off
just-
the top of my head.
Curious. So I mean, general obligation bonds, like you said, the ad valorem, a lot of times those bring reservations, of course, or concerns of how that's applied. So just appreciate the topic, but like you said, we have a large list in front of us and wanting to take Tulare forward. These items are going to be in front of us again.
Yep. My
Thank
pleasure.
you, Eric.
Just, and not necessarily a question. I think that's one thing we all recognize, that the community needs to recognize, is we're not trying to find ways to spend money. What we're doing is taking steps for the advancement of the community to take care of our needs. With the treatment plant, with the corporate yard, those are absolute needs that we have to start addressing now for the future. And I commend all of us and staff for recognizing that and not sitting on our hands doing nothing, but trying to move forward in all these different areas.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Eric. Council, so our original plan was to end at 11 so that you could have an hour to talk. I have Melissa, if you go up to my presentation, I just have 2 more slides very quickly to go over. We also have our friends from Townsend here. They have a 15-minute presentation if you'd like to entertain that, or they're mostly here to hear you because as they're out there advocating on your behalf, next slide, please. they need to know what your interests are, right? So let me finish up this slide. And as I'm doing that, if you would think about whether or not you want them to present, and then if we want to we were going to have an hour for you guys to share with staff your questions and concerns and thoughts. We were going to go back to the strategic plan to see if you wanted to add any projects. So let me finish this up and then I'll turn it back after that to the mayor to figure out where you want to go. Oops, wrong place. You already had that there. So we have our advocacy group, Townsend Public Affairs. Corey's here and Spencer are here. They are mostly focused on the advocacy component, which is working with the state legislature and the federal legislature. But we also, as you recall, this year added their grants team. I didn't list those members, but we have a grants committee that meets regularly with the grants, their grant staff members who help us go find more money. That's a great tool for us. We're a disadvantaged community, so that puts us in standing with a lot of agencies for funding. That's the benefit of being a disadvantaged community. There's other negative sides of that, but so they've been a huge help for us. I mean, they're earning their keep probably tenfold over. So we're very pleased with them. A couple other things that's coming your way soon as part of all this. We're contemplating having a fiscal impact analysis done for you as a precursor to the impact fees. That would be looking at all the costs in the city, including the maintenance costs, and starting to think about what is also ultimately the true cost that we should assess against development. Like I said earlier, I'm not a big impact fee guy in the sense, the way I like to do impact fees is we actually look at the numbers and say, what would the true cost be if we had to assess against development? This is their pro rata share. And there's some statutory legal limitations to that. And that's one piece of the equation. Then the next piece is to go, okay, now what are our competing or surrounding jurisdictions charging? Because if we're charging too much, we're not going to be competitive, right? That's sort of a reality test against what the true cost theoretically should be. And then the next piece is, what do we want to assess, right? What are we willing to support development with? You know, there's a scenario, we have 10 impact fees. We're going to do 5 probably this year work on, and then 5 sometime later next year or the year after that. There's a scenario where I might come back to you and say, I think we ought to eliminate impact fees or consolidate impact fees or keep some of our impact fees flat for a period of time because we want to encourage development. We want more of that regular recurring revenue that we can leverage to generate more revenue. There's another scenario where I might say, hey, a couple of our impact fees we need to increase, like transportation, like parks. Like, I don't know that answer yet, but we have to go through that analysis. The fiscal impact analysis would sort of lay the groundwork for that, and then we'd run into our impact fees. We obviously are always looking at our fees and rates. We just are doing the Prop 218 process right now with our commercial sanitation. Water and sewer is going to come after that. I mean, so that's something you have to do every, so often. Ideally, you do it more frequently than less frequently, because the problem is when you do it every 5 or 10 years, then the rates have to go way up. If you're doing it every 2 to 3 years, looking at it, you can kind of keep rates consistent with what's happening from a consumer price index perspective. And then last, we talked today about special taxing districts. There's a lot that we're going to have to look at. You heard on the entertainment district, you could create a special taxing district that just adds a percentage to the sales tax for only sales in that district. And then that money gets returned to pay for infrastructure. We're looking at one in the Pete. Yes, that's one example, only in that district. Right now, we're looking at the possibility of creating a business improvement district in the downtown, right? Where it's just people in that district are assessed for largely maintenance. And those dollars are generated from the district. They can only go back into the district for maintenance, right? There's other ways of creating taxing districts that benefit, like CFDs. We have lighting and landscape districts in the city. That's a little bit more of an archaic mechanism. Most cities have moved to a CFD approach as a similar concept, a little bit broader application and how it can be used, a little more flexibility in its use. So you'll be seeing us coming back to you in this next 12 to 24 month period, talking about converting from lighting and landscape districts more to a CFD approach, which many of our developers, especially developers outside of the community, are familiar with. And so there's a lot that's coming at you, but we're going to bring it to you. We gave you a high level view. We're going to start bringing this in small chunks, over the next several months for you to start consuming this. So I turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor. That ends our presentation for today. Any questions about anything we've shared? And how would you like to proceed with either another presentation or not, and council's questions?
Yeah, I think before we jump into the overall, review of topics or so forth, the Townsend Group has been here. Thank you for being here through this process. And as the city manager said, if you have a presentation that's over the 2 minutes, would love to have you give the presentation to council.
Sorry. Yes. that'd be great. Perfect.
Yeah. I think you have a council that's respectful of your time. Thank you for being.
Appreciate it, of course. Yes, and we're very respectful of your time. I can click through, hit the highlights, making sure that we're taking in feedback from the presentations we did earlier as we're going forward in Sacramento and DC. So thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. Spencer Street with Townsend Public Affairs. Next slide. So briefly, we are proud to be an extension of the city up in Sacramento and out in Washington, DC, advocating both for funding and policy changes that can bring some good change here in the city, and also combating any changes that might make life in the city more difficult or increase costs as you're looking to grow. Next slide. So Mark mentioned earlier some of the funding wins that we've worked with the city on, and this is just in the past couple of years. In fiscal year 24 at the federal level, secured funding for a regional business accelerator and the International Agri-Center Way extension. And then for fiscal year 25, worked on pending funding for the homeless shelter and wastewater treatment plant cybersecurity. That funding is currently on hold, unfortunately, with the extension of fiscal year 24 funding through the end of September, but members are accepting resubmissions, so working with the city on resubmitting those requests. And then, as Mark mentioned, also working on grants for city departments to supplement city funding for projects and services. So next slide.
Before you go further, really quick. So we showed you a lot of our big projects today, right? Just so for example, you'll recall that the other funding requests that we made for this year, you don't even see any in this presentation. We've asked for funding for fire dispatch, consolidation with PD at about 680,000. And then also to add more license plate readers throughout the city, which has really helped us, especially with retail theft. And so that's, there's 3 different levels. The highest level's just under $600,000. So again, you don't see all that today, but those things are in the work.
Can you clarify which ones are on hold?
That would be for the homeless shelter and the wastewater, cyber and physical security.
And what are the chances that they're going to be withdrawn as opposed to follow through?
That funding has not been allocated. It was in some preliminary versions of the federal budget, but because fiscal year 24 spending was extended, that nixed all earmarks across the country that were put into the budget for fiscal year 25. So those projects, for all intents and purposes, are not moving forward, but we are resubmitting them for fiscal year 26.
So we were approved, but it was subject to ultimate budget approval. Okay. So we're going to resubmit them again this year. If they get approved as part of this budget, it's possible that they could be approved and available as early as October of this year. And then the project won't be completed until January of next year. So if that were the case, then we would have that $2 million. If not, then we'll be looking for other sources for that $2 million, which I'll go into all that when we present to you next month, the operator term sheet.
So up in Sacramento, legislature reconvened earlier this year for the start of a new 2-year session. There were significant turnover between the Senate and Assembly. The city has new representation in the state assembly with Assembly member Alexandra Macedo. We're in close contact with her staff, working on getting some good policy changes and then identifying potential state earmarks dependent on how the state budget is doing. Next slide. So speaking of state funding, the state budget was looking pretty good in January with the governor's original January budget proposal. And then with the fires down in Los Angeles County and with some new funding for the State Department of Justice, that funding has gone down. And then just in the last couple of days, the governor has asked for some more loans from the state legislature to cover Medi-Cal cost increases. So the state budget is under more pressure. We're hoping that some funding materializes for district requests, but right now it's on hold. We've been asking your delegation. They're giving us as much intel as possible, but we're still pending. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, between California and DC, there's been some friction. The state is planning on both preemptive and or preemptive litigation against the Trump administration for in a variety of areas in President Trump's first term, there were several lawsuits, and now the state is planning on some more. That is the 25 million to the State Department of Justice, and then 2.5 billion is going down to Los Angeles County for wildfire relief. Next slide. Policy-wise, housing is going to be huge again this year. A new housing bond has been introduced. And also, when it comes to funding for local governments, cap and trade reauthorization and gas tax revenues are another hot topic. Cap and trade reauthorization, cap and trade funds various climate-based programs, including a lot of climate-based initiatives. There's a set aside for high-speed rail that is currently being debated, and both the Senate and Assembly are currently not seeing eye to eye on how to reauthorize cap and trade funding programs that derive from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. When it comes to property insurance and the availability and affordability of insurance, the state insurance commissioner is committed to getting more companies back into California to offer home insurance. Those rates will likely go up as most of those companies are asking for rate increases, but with them coming back in the state, there will be less reliance on the state's FAIR plan, which offers higher cost insurance with lower benefits, unfortunately. And then with Proposition 36 that passed with overwhelming support on the November ballot, was recently featured in the Chief Justice's State of the Judiciary address to the legislature, talking about some of the implementation concerns. Courts are having some issues with it so far, but we're also seeing positive impacts from local law enforcement as the intent of the initiative was to crack down on retail theft and drug trafficking. Next slide, please. Out in DC, the hallmark of this Congress is going to be the very slim majority that Republicans hold in the House of Representatives. Just a couple of votes can flip any big negotiations, as we're seeing right now with budget talks. Both the Senate and House are on recess, and they are discussing how they're going to come forward in the next couple of months and plan funding for fiscal year 26. As I mentioned earlier, the fiscal year 24 appropriations process has continued through this year. Funding was supported through the end of September, through the end of this fiscal year by continuing fiscal year 24 funding. However, that again nixed a lot of those earmarked requests from local governments. But with support from Congressmember Valadao, Congressmember Vince Fong, and Senators Padilla and Schiff, we are submitting requests for the city to those four members so that we can get some more funding, attention, and supplement everything that the city is working on. Next slide. As we continue working with the city, have regular check-ins with city staff, and are looking forward to bringing more attention to the city, supporting everything we've heard today from the earlier presentations, making life hopefully easier here in Tulare and helping the city grow. Also happy to host a delegation from the city up in Sacramento, out in Washington, DC, visiting with members, departments, agencies to continue these conversations as we work with your members. And of course, available for any questions.
The item I was just going to ask, the legislators that you mentioned, you went through their names really fast. There was four. Who was that?
Congressmember David Valadao,
Yeah.
Congressmember Vince Fong, who replaced former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, Senator Adam Schiff, and Senator Alex Padilla. They're out in Washington, DC.
Thanks. Quickly with that, or maybe we can go into the overall session if we have questions. Part of our Q&A session, we can direct it to Townsend directly. Thank you to the Townsend group. Thank you for being here and for the overview. And what I'll do is if you're staying, as others, as we get into just general council discussion for the next segment, if individuals have questions towards your report, they can ask them at that time.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you very much.
So where we're at on the agenda and keeping with our time schedules, we're at 11:30. So we have 30 minutes to solve all of Tulare's problems.
Unless you
and
extend it.
to have that discussion. So what I would like to do, council members, is go through each one, and this is really the open session. I mean, there's here today, and if you have topics outside of what we talked about today, surely present those. I think all of us understand it doesn't mean we're going to be able to get into the weeds and debate everything, if we will. What I would like to do perhaps, and I'm thinking 5 minutes, that would give us 25, but I'd like to keep each one of you perhaps to 3 minutes. Some of that overview, that gets us about 15 through the first session, and then there might be some, other discussion that comes out of that. So if council members, if that seems fair, I'll kind of guide each one of us of 3 minutes. If the gentleman from Tennessee wants to give 2 minutes to the guy from Nevada, we will work that out at the end. Okay, so I'll start with Vice Mayor here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had so much presented today and so much to process. I think it's going to be difficult to, at least for me, to zero in on anything in particular. I know we're going to be very busy for the next, at least for the next 4 years, we'll be busy after that. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think we're on the right road with everything that's been presented to us today. With the turmoil that's going on in Washington, DC and Sacramento that affects up, that concerns me. That's an unknown. We don't know what's going to happen there. But I think other than that, we're on the right path. Yeah, we know what we're doing, and we've got good support from everybody here that is helping us out.
Yeah, Councilman Segala.
I agree with Vice Mayor Harrell. I mean, there's just a lot to talk about, and I'm hoping, we get a shot at this once every year or every 2 years. Like I was telling the Vice Mayor earlier, I'm okay if we go past noon, but the thing is that there's just so much stuff to deal with, whether it's asking Townsend for what type of grants are available for the different types of opportunities, the impacts of the budget, what's going on in Washington, our priorities. But I think the one thing that I want to focus on, and I brought this up to Mark, is that in the minute and a half or so that I have, 2 minutes, I think for me, one of the things that I want to be able to do, and I welcome the new assistant city manager, is that I think for me, what's important is if we bring things up in council and we get 2 colleagues to agree to put it on as a future agenda item, that we really make an effort to follow up on how we can work with the staff to schedule those things. I know Josh, did his best to work on that, and I don't know what you call it, the one sheet that,
The tracking sheet.
Tracking sheet. And so, I mean, there are things, I brought up a year ago, still haven't come to council. And so I'm trying to figure out what's the best way, because if we don't have the time today to talk about things that are important to us as council members, or priorities or direction to give, because people want to get out of here by noon, I like to be able to have an opportunity at some point to have these discussions, whether it's Measure Y stuff we talked about, or whether it's Santa Fe Trail, what we do with that as a way to combine, bring the city together, or just different priorities. I like to make sure that if a council member takes the time to fill out that sheet in terms of what they want, and council deliberates, and you get 2 more votes to bring it forward, that it comes forward. I really respected Councilmember Madero's point in the years past where, he says, well, don't put a date in there to bring it back because you don't want to handcuff staff. But I'm really contemplating putting dates on there to say, hey, I want this back by May. I want this back by June, not a year later. So that's kind of my only thing that I like to do, is how can we better that process? I know that you have a new assistant city manager coming in. And I did talk to you this about Mark, so it's not out of the blue to him. But I just want to make sure that if we don't have the time today, that for me is a mechanism to bring things forward. But I don't want to wait a year and a half for things to come back to council. So that's my only comment.
Councilman Maderos?
I've treated today as mostly informational at this point. I wanted to absorb what's been presented. I do know situations are different as it relates to the grant funding that Townsend can seek, because you know, the whole process after the pandemic was that we had an economy that was about ready to crash. And the ARPA funds and all the money that was poured in was to keep our economy going so that we didn't have that occur. But those of us who have taken economy classes in college, economics, know that the byproduct of something like that is what? It's inflation. And we've had to deal with inflation, the consequences of inflation, not only in construction projects, but overall. And that's been managed, I think. I'm one of those who think it's remarkable what's been done with what we've looked at. I don't want to get off topic too much. But we're now in a situation where we receive those funds, we put them to the best use, not one-time use, but something that'll generate income in the various projects that we've had. I think management and council has done a good job in that regard, and Townsend will continue to seek funds, but I don't know that we're gonna have that. So we're gonna have to be more prudent under the circumstances and seek these alternative means, bonding or additional sales tax dollars. So I'm open to all of that. And I'm on the last comment that Mr. Scala made. We tried to develop a procedure that would work good for everybody. And I'm not adverse to what you've indicated. I mean, to the extent that I think the tracking sheet it has been very good. And to the extent that staff can bring those items back in a timely manner, I think that's a very legitimate comment. So I'll turn it over back to the mayor.
Give me 1 second to write some notes here. Councilmember Sarah.
Yes, I certainly appreciate the presentations that we've had today, and my brain is about ready to explode trying to understand all of the vocabulary and acronyms and all that we've gone through today. But I feel like I'm much better educated in terms of the financial situation and where we can move forward. I feel like many of the items that we had on our list to consider, there was a lot of duplication, and many of those things have already been taken care of because this was done, several years ago, the lists that were in our packet. The considerations that we personally want to have brought before the council. I feel like my considerations, my concerns specifically are handled well by the staff, and meeting with the city manager on a regular basis. We talk about them every time. So I feel like that they are being considered in a timely manner and of some kind of a priority for the projects that we're doing that we've discussed today. So I support Councilman Segal and his request. I feel that the considerations that we hold dear to our hearts are being addressed. And if we just keep poking the bear, they'll get done.
Sometimes you need to poke the honey badger.
I poke the bear with honey.
Yeah. I think for myself, as was said, is finding and absorbing this as information. There are, you know, some specifics as your wheels gets turning. I want to jump in, but I really appreciate the information as I see, which was this is an informational session. And sometimes, as the city manager has heard, strategic planning, informational, but I appreciate the strategy about financing. So coming in and we see some strategy points of the financing that's a preliminary towards the other topics we're going to get into. I have a list of, you know, points throughout the presentation. And I think putting together those lists and then would like to get that to staff. And what I would suggest too, in timing and hearing, you know, a few of us, surely there's a lot more we'd like to dive into, of your own personal notes. If you would put those together and send to staff, but then also please send them to me because I want to capture, especially from these bullet points. I would like, in my, you know, opinion, but with that is I would like to kind of continue discussion and come back towards almost then the overview 2.0. And I'll put some bullet points together, my thoughts on that. And the reason why is there's some areas, the homeless shelter still has some deeper discussion with it. Road projects, as we said in planning, I think has some deeper attention. There's, of course, some further discussion, I think, on council about ag mitigation and some, that's gonna come before us in the future, but towards, overall, I think of what we saw in some of the strategy plan handouts of a little bit of a, not a little, I keep saying that, I think I'm trying to mitigate what I'm saying. It's coming back in that update that talks about the milestones and the objective points that goes with the financing. Just an update dynamic through that, I think helps to take the strategy plan and to the implementation of, okay, here was those projects, here's where they're at, here's the milestones, and here's where it's going. So some of this maybe needs to shift 6 months, 12 months. Hey, council members, there's some thoughts that we want to move something in front of this schedule. We're talking about hiring police officers. So some of that, I understand, will come into the mid-budget. But if you were coming here today thinking we were gonna perhaps get into a minutia of those topics, no, but I just would like to stay in communication with staff of what's that schedule look like, and I think that resonates with a bit of what Sagala, Dennis, Sagala, Councilman Maderos, sorry, are saying too. The other part that is mentioned here, I think Councilman Sagala, Councilman Sayer, about our own schedule in putting together the agenda as well of paying attention to that and being up here in this position with the agenda and our schedule. I can surely as well stay in communication as we each have our individual meetings with Mark on the agenda items. You know, I can bring that up. What's the schedule of this? One of the items that I presented to the city manager, we discussed of having standing on our agenda in like the first meeting of the month is an economic development update. We focus, as we hear today, so much on economic development, to have that as a standing item on our agenda because it deals with financing, resource, projects, that it's our huge nexus to so much of what we're doing. But to Councilman Sagala and other council members, those lists can also bounce that off and keep that in front of us at the city discussion. What's that timing happening? What's some items we can get in front of us in that discussion schedule with that? With that, we still have some time and we have actually 15 minutes. And again, I'll go back around if anybody just want to, I'll manage the time, but from all of our discussion points, if there's one or two items you want to touch on, if council members think that's fair, we've got 15 minutes, or do we want to pause if we're okay with this? Do we want to pause and perhaps allow 15 minutes before people have to rush out of here to maybe get the chance to meet with Townsend? I mean, if we want some more out of meeting chatter to touch base with staff or ask questions informally. Just, I know I will have to leave myself after the 12 o'clock time period. This schedule wasn't driven towards my schedule. I'm just saying, since we did stop at noon, I do have other appointments after this. So I just, council members, what's your thought? Do you want to go around one more time? Or since we kind of have the consensus of maybe information and there's going to be other topics in the future, would you like more time to touch base? Well, I think that's an awesome suggestion, Steve, and thank you. I laughed because you caught me. That great one. Sagala, I'm gonna be careful going
Well,
to.
I just want two things,
Okay.
because I do see in the agenda, it says that we can provide input and direction to staff, so I want to throw two things out to see what their thoughts are.
We can.
Yes, it says we can, yeah, we can provide input and
Okay.
direction, so
Remember the we.
there's two things that I would like to get the city manager's thoughts, and it doesn't have to be done today, but I just want to put up on his wall of things to do. One is, when we can get on the in your corridor study.
Okay.
When can we begin that process, or what are the steps needed to move forward? I know that we have an overall study that's being done on economic development across the city. I appreciate the council's support to do a specific west side marketing study. But I think in your corridor, we have money there set aside. When can we begin to have a discussion, or what's the best possible way to start figuring out what to do? And the second one, relates to the sports complex. My understanding, or at least my thought process, is that I like to incorporate the commission to start, they did a great job dealing with the master plan, and then they came to us. Now the master plan's there, but I like to see how how we can direct the commission to start focusing on the complex. There's a lot of elements, as you mentioned earlier. There's the capital, the programming, and then the operation and maintenance to whatever we build. But for me, the added angle is, can we start talking about, or have the commission talk about it and then come to us ultimately about how that's going to look? We want to build a regional sports park, but I've been advocating for us to consider splitting up some of those elements so that there is a return on investment throughout the city and not just one part of the city. So those are two things that I like to have some direction from the city manager. It doesn't have to be today, but just as we talk about, those are two important things that I like to see the commission doing and figuring out how we can direct them to do that.
Let me just speak to them just briefly. Certainly in your corridor, that was largely in Josh's, that was his project. And so I know that they've made some effort in that. Thomas doesn't know it yet, but he's going to be getting that project. Congratulations. And we're gonna have to sit down and see where Josh left off in terms of next steps and sort of lay that out for you and then sort of lay out what that future looks like. One of the things that it's a challenge for us is, and I'll talk to the Sportsplex next. We are probably working harder. I would venture to guess every one of my directors and the staff underneath them are working harder than they've ever worked in their life. That'd be my guess. And so the load is extremely heavy. I'm not trying to make excuses. What I'm trying to say is largely many of the things you see coming before you are the things that are either I'm determining, either council has determined it's a priority, the law has determined it's a priority, or I've determined it's a priority. And when I determine it's a priority, it's largely, if it's not one of those other two considerations, it's opportunity, like, right? When I shared with you guys a while ago that, if we just compared ourselves to Visalia, for example, we're probably on a pro rata basis or a ratio basis, we're probably 32 positions short from where we should be. We've done a good job over the last 3 years. We've hired another 22 positions because that's what the budget could afford. We're going into the budget process right now. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't seen it yet. We're working through it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we would have a deficit going into this year's budget. That's not uncommon that we start with a deficit and we figure out how to make it balanced, right? But some of these projects, like for example, the Sportsplex project, I've been working on it myself, and we could certainly go the route of getting the planning commission involved. But some of that is going to be about whenever you start getting others involved in things, it's good to get people involved because you get ideas and get input. And ultimately, we want to know what our citizens want. But the risk of that is you also are telling them, you're creating an expectation level. Like, hey, we want you to start telling us, what should a sportsplex look like? And the next question they're going to ask is, where is it going to go? Well, it kind of depends on the property. Is it a long linear property? Is it 80 acres or 40 acres? Is it in the middle of the city and has access, or is it on the fringe? So there's a lot of variables that go into that. My preference on the sportsplex would be that we keep it in-house internally and work through it. Like I'm talking to several developers about what if they donate the land? So I'm kind of putting them in competition with each other. The second we get it out in the public, we lose sort of control of that opportunity because all of a sudden the public will say, I'm just making this up. We want the sportsplex to be in our neighborhood so we can walk to it, right? And now I have neighborhood versus neighborhood competing versus, now all of a sudden they don't care about what it's going to cost the city. They just want it near them, right? And all of a sudden, remember those 4 legs? Now we're paying for all 4 legs. So some of these projects are better, in my opinion, to develop concepts until I have like 2 or 3 concepts fully developed where they're all different. And I can bring them to council and say, which do you prefer to start with? Do you want it? This one's on the west side, but it's going to cost more. This one's on the east side, but it's going to cost less, right? But now it's where all the other stuff is on the east side, right? So it's like, I can develop those ideas internally first. And then when we're ready, bring them to council. And I'm trying to keep them off staff's plate. I'm trying to keep it myself. So I don't have to they're already overburdened. I'm just telling you, I got a few that are probably ready to quit if I keep giving them more projects. So I'm not giving you an answer today. I'm just telling you the variables I'm struggling with. in terms of how to move some of these other things forward. So let me work on those and I'll get back to you with more concrete answers. Okay.
I think as you touched on, it's amongst our law priority, council priority, your priority, and the demands of also the staff's expertise and capacity to those demands. Okay. Vice Mayor Harrell, what he whispered to me, which I think was also important. With that, we have a few minutes left. Is there any items for staff to share with us? I mean, is there, Mark, and this is your team, if there's any other, feedback to come back to us or any other staff input to what we've heard today from the departments?
I'll try to summarize that for all my staff, and I'm going to invite my staff to speak up if I don't accurately reflect it. We often reflect about how grateful we are that we're in a community that is eager to move things forward, and we have a council that is willing to provide direction. That's not often the case. Normally, in many communities, all you hear is complaints, and you hear councils who are afraid to make things happen. I mean, that's the reality of it. Or you have councils that are only focused on their own personal agendas and their own ideas. We don't have either of those things happening here. So we are even though we're very taxed and carrying an extremely heavily load, we're all grateful and we're all excited about that we actually get to do things and move things forward. So thank you, council. Thank you for community for that. I do think that, you heard a lot today about, in the first 3 years, we've been moving a lot of things forward, but a lot of them are smaller projects, 2 million here, 5 million here, maybe 15 million. Now we're talking about 75 million for a treatment plant and 50 million to, to build a business park. So we're getting into the bigger stuff. And we have, we also are talking about an economy that in the short term may be more difficult for us, right? We're losing sales tax revenue. And so there's going to be harder decisions that are coming your way. We are going to be presenting to you some things where in the beginning, it was more like, hey, here's all the things we could do. You tell us which ones you want to do first, and here's our thoughts. Pretty soon it's going to get to be, here's all the things that need to be done or we want to get done. Pick 2 or 3. We're getting closer to that time frame, right? Which other ones we're going to do? That's why we have our consultant that's going to try to help us say, well, we might be able to get 3 done if you do it this way. Otherwise, you can only get 2 done, right? Or we might have an opportunity to leverage dollars and get 3 done here. And if we hold some money over here, we think with our advocacy consultants, we can find some other revenue to get the 4th done. We're getting that to that point. So I would ask, just be patient if you would, and understand that we're not trying to put you in a box. It's just, that's where we're at today. We've got bigger stuff coming. And my hope is, to the extent we can move some of those big stones that will generate more revenue. I try to keep beating that drum. The more we can do that's going to generate more revenue, then we use that revenue to do all the other things. And that's hard because you have constituents saying, when are you building, and just fill in the blank. When are you fixing this street, fill in the blank. And it's hard to say to them, listen, if we move these other things forward, we can get to that in 3 or 4 years, right? I know that's super hard. But part of what we're doing is talking about fixing things today. And part of what we're doing is setting the framework and groundwork for a very good financial future for this community. And I get a little emotional about this because it's a big deal. Like where we are at this moment in time is why I took this job. This is the time where we actually can do a bunch of good things now and plan a bunch of amazing things later that's going to change the face of this community for generations to come. I've lived it once before in my life, and I know what it's like. So I'm very excited. I think our staff's excited. We see it. We're excited to be part of it. But we just need your patience and understanding.
The last one, since we have a minute too, we're coming kind of, so much of what we're talking about is money. Can you kind of give us a highlight of the budget schedule that we see over April, May, June?
Mark, would you help us with that?
Yes, we will be bringing well, first of all, we'll be bringing the mid-year budget review to council at the next upcoming meeting, April 1st. The capital budget workshop will come the following regular council meeting on the 15th. Actually, it will be scheduled on that Tuesday, but it will be scheduled prior to the meeting as a special meeting. The BPU, the Board of Public Utilities meeting will follow that on that Thursday. The operating budget workshop will be held on I believe it's the third meeting in May. I'm sorry, I don't know what the date is, and with also the BPU to follow. I don't recall the dates, but of course we have to go to the Planning Commission for approval of the capital improvement program every year. So that will be coming forward as well. There could be some interim things we bring forward. The city manager mentioned we do have our new consultant NHA working on a pension and other post-employment benefits, or OPEB review, obligation review, or unfunded liability to review with some potential options to partially at least fund some of those things. I think that covers most of it.
We did send you a previous budget schedule as part of a weekly report a month or two ago, so you can refer to that, but I'll be happy to send it again to you today.
I just wanted to follow up. I know Mr. Segala made some comments, but as an overview, and I mean, we hired Mark for a reason. And it was to start taking the steps that we've taken so far. And I don't want to be flippant here, but he talked about moving stones, and I think we've graduated to the point of having big stones to take the kind of steps that are necessary to move this city to the next step, to the point to where we have a legacy as a council, or creating a legacy of what's going to happen in the future that we probably won't be part of, but we're the ones who are planting the seed to send this community in a direction that others will see for decades to come. And I feel it's our obligation to be prudent, use the community's tax dollars and monies in a way that creates a situation to where they have faith in us, but it also puts us in a position where we take the next step that our community deserves, considering the people in this community, the location, and what we can achieve. And I think all of us together with staff and our city manager can get this accomplished. And from my standpoint, I'm proud to be part of this. I ran for this position to achieve the stability that we now have and to take the steps that we're taking now. And Mark talks about being emotional, and I find myself feeling the same way. I'm proud to be a part of this council with the other four that I have sitting up here and the staff we have in this room today. And that's how I'd like to conclude.
Okay. All right. See, that was pretty smooth. Pretty good. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to staff, and thank you for our partners that came here and presented on these important topics. And as we said, this conversation will continue because Tulare is moving forward. Thank you, everybody. Oh, one last note disclaimer. So council members, I won't be here for the April 2nd meeting. So you will be blessed with the guidance and direction. April 1st meeting, sorry, Tuesday, yeah. Womp, womp, womp. It will be led by Vice Mayor Harrell. Will be chairing that meeting. All right. Have a good day.
I'm taking the fact that no one said stop as the direction to move forward.
All right.